Good, guys. How's it going? Had a spicy video today. Got some people disagreeing with me. Hopefully they pop in the stream and we can have a civil discussion about it. Let me get the chat pulled up here so you guys can see it on screen. Alright. What's good, fellas? Good possessed, Nats. How's it going? Can you guys hear me? All good? Let me check. I think so. Yep. Alright. What's good, fellas? So, people seem to disagree with me about rallying cry in my video today. Hey man, do you feel like the lag is non-existent on PC compared to PS4? Completely just like there's lag on PC. It's not, it doesn't go away. It's only appears at 7:30 and it gets really bad. Alright, so I need to get a new monster set. We may do that later in the stream with Pink, but I guess I'm going to keep Valor for now. We changed my build yesterday. We're running Sea Serpents and Order's Wrath. I may choose my Mundus Stone to more recovery, but I don't know. I think I do want a little bit more stam, though. I don't know. I guess we'll leave it as it is. Alright. We're gonna do some PvP. Keep trying out this build. And yeah. So rallying cry is broken. End of story. I want somebody that disagrees with me. I want one of the people that disagree with me in my comments. So we're gonna go through the comments in a little bit once some more people get in here. So two things can be true at once, though. We're not just talking about like cross healing isn't a problem. I'm not saying anything like that, but I'm saying that it is in my opinion, it's undeniable how you cannot say that the 5-piece bonus of rallying cry is not 2 sets in one. Now we can have the discussion between should the other sets be buffed to rallying cry standards. So right now we're trying out the new spec with a Rallying Cry, Orders Wrath, Balor. I want Engine Guardian though. I need a little bit more sustain. So, okay, what would you value? Okay, if we went the buff route, okay? If we went the buff route, so if we're keeping the same standards of Rallying Cry and how much stats this provides, take for a perfect example, Julianos. Julianos has the same exact 2, 3, and 4 piece. But the 5 piece of Julianos has 300 weapon and spell damage. Okay. What would be an equivalent buff for Julianos to be getting? To be comparable to Rallying Cry? 200, 250 weapon damage? I think at that point, you're going to have a problem of power creep. Where we already have a problem like that in general anyways. Especially in PvE. Now, if you just dissected the game and just talked about the PvP perspective, 550 weapon damage all the time on Julianos, the same exact set. Yeah, you have to double bar it now. But I think that's more comparable. But that's going to further increase the power creep. What are you going to do about something like Clever Alchemist? If you're going to have 550 weapon damage on Julianos, or heck, even 500 weapon damage on Julianos. Clever Alchemist is 675 half the time. So you're going to buff Clever Alchemist to 800 weapon damage? I mean, come on, dude. There has to be a line drawn where you have something that's so overtuned, like where you can't buff everything to the extent of where Rallying Cry standard is. Rallying Cry is the pinnacle of the top end of gear. Like, it is the best set, and you cannot bring all the other sets up to Rallying Cry standard, because then you're going to have every single set's going to be Rallying Cry at that point, where everything is broken. But I guess that means nothing is broken if everything is broken, correct? But you're going to have power creep at that point, where if you don't have Rallying Cry, oh my goodness, you're going to be getting critically hit for an insane amount. Now you don't really need Rallying Cry, but it definitely helps in certain situations, especially against Nightblades. But also, it's the most stat-dense backbarable set in the game. But you see what I'm saying? Where if you bring everything up to Rallying Cry standard, then you have a bigger problem than just kind of adjusting Rallying Cry. That's the whole point of the video, and people like want to misconstrue, like, oh, Godzilla's a Nightblade main. He just wants to make it to where Nightblades are more viable. We're gonna go through the comments, don't worry. We're gonna go through the comments. Why Engine Guardian? Magma's good, but Magma is only gonna give me Minor Courage, since we already have access to Minor Resolve from Vigor, which is another reason why the tank meta is so strong right now. I'm definitely gonna talk about this. I'm gonna talk about a lot of topics that's really been under talked about here over the past few patches that have really been overshadowed by, oh, what's the devs doing this time, or oh, what's going on here, what's going on there, right? So I'm gonna deep dive and talk about a lot of the problems in PvP that aren't performance related, because we can't do nothing about performance, guys. What we can do is we can speak our minds and talk about gameplay balance, and I think it's honestly more enjoyable. People want to talk intellectually rather than just complaining and hearing about performance all the time. We all know performance sucks. So it is what it is. I just refuse to PvP past 7:30. That's what it is. So why do I choose to only play Nightblade? Because it's the only class I have leveled up on PC right now. I leveled up a DK and a Warden. I got to get their Undaunted leveled up. And I'll be playing them some after the event's over. I'm gonna level up a Sam Sword tonight with Pink. So yeah, I'm gonna play a few more classes. I gotta get some monster sets too. I got Sea Serpents and Markin, so I got pretty decent mythics right now. I just need to fill it in with monster sets like Bloodspawn, Engine, stuff like that. That's why I only play Nightblade, because I only have a Nightblade on PC since I swapped. There's too many gear sets in the game. Other MMOs don't have half the sets and better balancing. Yeah, I would agree. I think the problem is what happens is ZOS, what they do, this is what they did to transmutation, and I didn't go all the way in depth into this because it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But they, a long time ago, back in like 2015, 2016 ESO, transmutation was out, powerful assault was out, that came out with Imperial City. When they released those were some of the best sets you could use in PvP. You could buy them with Telvar stones, and they were really solid. As it continued, transmutation was still one of the best sets. Pink used to run reactive and transmutation on our Templar for 3 years. 3 or 4 years. If you guys don't remember what reactive is, like if you think there's a tank meta now, reactive gave 35% mitigation. So it was obnoxious. Let's just say that. Like whenever you were snared, any of that stuff, you took 35% mitigation off the top, not even including resistances. It was a little bit busted, I'll be honest. But I put her in that because she was the tankiest Templar around. So moving forward, they nerf all the old sets like transmutation. And as they continued, well, I should backtrack. They nerfed transmutation from, it used to last for 15 or 20 seconds, I believe, and used to give like 1800 critical resistance. And that buff used to last for several seconds. Guess what they did after that? They nerfed it, made it to where it has 5-second duration, make it to where you have to basically double bar it, reduce the critical resistance. You know, 2-3 updates later, they come out with Rallying Cry that now gives you damage on top of critical resistance that transmutation previously did have. And it lasts for 20 seconds. So it's literally transmutation 2.0 with damage. Sure, you get 2 lines of recovery, but if you're a damage build, those 2 lines of recovery are really irrelevant. Now, transmutation was pretty best in slot for Templars. Other than that, Rallying Cry took the rule of the roost for everything. So what they do, and this is what most games do anyways, is they want the new and the fresh thing to be exciting and to be powerful. So what they do is they nerf the previous set, like transmutation, and they come out with a more powerful and broken set, like Rallying Cry. And then we have to sit with that for a little while, and then now they're going to come out with something probably better. And I do want to talk about one other thing that's really irking me, is like people saying that content creators are the reason why ESO is the state that it's in. Really pisses me off. I gotta be honest. If you think that content creators have all this power, like we have the Infinity Gauntlet where we can just talk to the developers and they'll listen to us, absolutely 100% wrong. Case in point, guys, if you guys remember, whenever I was trying to communicate with ZeniMax and trying to get more PvP performance updates, they put me on red. They didn't want to talk to me. Maybe it's because I'm a PvP player, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm more outspoken than all the stream team members. But, you know, it is what it is. I just think that people like to think that content creators have all this power. Like, we're the ones that get all these sets nerfed. We're all the ones that have all the power. When in reality, it's the developers that get that nerf things. That's their job, not ours. I just provide my opinion on the internet for people to listen. That's all I do. So, I just thought that was pretty funny. We're gonna go through some of the comments though. They're a good little laugh. What's good, Money Banks? Merry Christmas, man. They'll listen to you if you change the EP. I just don't think that it's not my job to balance the game. It's not. It's my job to find the most broken thing, play with it, exploit it, share it if I want to, and keep going, because that's what in-game PvPers do. So that's my job, is just to, you know, I'm a PvP player, so like I can say you can run something and say it's still broken. Like, it's not rocket science. I ran Carians until it was nerfed, as I was like shadow nerfed, which is more interesting on top of everything, is it was shadow nerfed and wasn't put in the patch notes that they were nerfing it until we were on the PTS, and I looked at it and I was like, that doesn't look right. But I just thought that was funny. I really think that's funny. Yeah, I think that they need to do something more with Battle Spirit, 100%. All right, so we don't have this build finalized yet, guys. I changed from... This is my hybrid blade. This is the build I've been talking about for a while. I'm just now getting to playtest it and actually be able to use it. Running Order's Wrath on the front bar. Rallying Cry back bar. Balor, I want this to be Engine Guardian. Running Gallant Chain, and then we got good old Sea Serpents on. I think this is pretty best in slot, to be honest. I have a lot of movement speed. I feel like, though I do want to test Majesty instead of Sea Serpents, but I think that Sea Serpents definitely... this slaps. Yesterday in stream, we were hitting over 20k bow procs pretty consistently. Actually, I want to check out Grey Host and see what Grey Host is doing. Because they're probably going to be just freaking sweaty sweat lords up here in Blackreach. I want to find like a tower or something. But this is the build that I tested yesterday. Well, to some degree, I was using Stoons. I like Stoons more, but I don't have a Stoons 2H axe, and I don't have Engine is what I wanted. I want to change the Engine. I think Engine will be better. There was one thing I noticed, and I think this is just because we're lower CP and don't have as much stats and healing potential and all that stuff. I needed more survivability. I needed more healing potential, so I had to drop the dual wield. We lost a little bit of damage. But I think this is going to be a more survivable, a more brute setup. Mainly because we have Rally now, we have Healthy Offering, we have Refreshing Path, and we have Vigor. Something that I thought was kind of ingenious, you know, not to pat myself on the back or anything like that, but this was some suggestions from you guys in stream, is we put on Order's Wrath. Now, I personally like Night Mothers more because you're going to get more pin from this. However, since we're using I-Step in the back bar, we're using the most broken skill in the game right now. This is literally... well, I shouldn't say the most broken. I'm sure there's others. But for the recent changes to the game, Elemental Susceptibility is probably the strongest pin back bar free debuff in the game. Every 6 seconds, you proc all of the stats effects. That's going to give you 100% up to, well, basically, what is it? 66% uptime on Vulnerability, Chilled, and Burning, which is going to proc a dot. It's going to reduce their damage and increase their damage taken by 5%. And Burning is just going to provide you a little bit of a dot damage. So this is giving us a lot of damage. And then we have on top of that Concealed Weapon, Sea Serpents, Spec Bow, End Cap, all the damage scaling. It's just gonna give us a lot of damage. Now I think higher CP you can get by with Order's Wrath dual wield. I would probably go with maces, maybe one mace, one axe, because I really like that crit damage. But I think for lower CP, we definitely need the more survivability with Rally and with Resolving Vigor. And the reason why I didn't like Order's Wrath before, comparing this to something like Nine Mothers, is because the critical healing now is going to apply to my Resolving Vigors and my Rally. So before I would be using Resolving Vigor on my back bar. Now, since I'm using Susceptibility, I don't have room for it. So I get to move my Resolving Vigor to my front bar. We had to drop our Execute, which is still very strong. I do like it. This build is more meant to be more of a brawler in a small group situations, I do believe. I think my conventional Stand Blade is probably best for solo play. It just has Cloak, and that's just going to give you an insane amount of survivability and all that stuff. I think my Stand Blade build is probably far superior to this build in a solo type of environment. But I still want to test this build and get you guys out a hybrid blade that's a little bit different, that doesn't use Cloak. So, I need more CP. That's also another limiting factor for me right now. I'm missing a lot. Like, yeah, I may have almost 3 slottables, but I'm missing all of this damage CP here. All of the status effect chances, all of this stuff. I'm missing out on damage there. I don't have Ironclad giving me more mitigation. I don't have, I could even be running slippery even. I'm missing Pain's Refuge for even more mitigations if we're not using Cloak. This is more prevalent and more pertinent to the build in general. That I do need. And this would definitely help me a lot with survivability, especially running that other setup where I feel like I was just taking so much damage. I was literally like, I was just getting hit by everything and anything, and I just felt like I was taking way too much damage. So I think having that with also changing my monster set from Balor to Engine, I don't feel like we need Balor, especially with Sea Serpents. Maybe with Majesty we might, but with Sea Serpents you're good on damage. And also, I don't have best in slot traits or even weight for my gear. I'd rather these pieces be heavy. So, I would rather these be heavy Engine Guardian. I'm definitely going to farm that. And yeah, so that's pretty much what I would change on the build. And what's something that's very pertinent about Rallying Cry is what literally people don't understand is I'm not running critical resistance on my gear and I have over 3k. Like, that's the problem. Oh, man. People are so funny, dude. 2,900 critical resistance. That's 40%. No, 25 plus 20. Right? $29.32. What is that? Quick maths. 29.32 divided by 660. 44%. Wait. What is it? No, it's divided by 66. So 29.32. %44 critical mitigation. And if you want to be honest, okay, 44% critical mitigation. We have at base 50%. So we have a total of critical damage of 103% on this build with a critical focus build. If you're not running a high crit damage spec, you're going to get maybe 10 to 15% crit damage scaling, which is nothing. Nothing. You're talking about if you crit strike, you're going to get 10% more damage, which is nothing. Nothing at all. Rallying Cry is balanced. Zenimac, Zilla's comment section told me so. Exactly, dude. We're gonna go through the comments. Don't worry, nice. I'm gonna be flaming. I'm gonna push back on it. I think that people are literally are brain dead morons sometimes that just don't know. Like I mean that in the nicest way possible. Like I'm being honest. I'm being that in the nicest way possible. But people just don't know the game. They don't. They don't. I'm sorry. People just don't know the game. Whenever you can objectively say that Eyr0n ESO, when it was released, was a balanced set, what do you say that Rallying Cry is not a little bit overtuned? Like, I gotta be honest, I'm not gonna freaking just sit here and like be like one of those YouTubers and just ignore it. It's like, oh yeah, well they're just hating. I think it's hilarious. Eyr0n ESO was fun. I won't deny. Eyr0n ESO was extremely fun. But you can also still run the broken stuff and have an objective perspective on it. Yeah, say it's broken and say you still run it. That's fine. Nobody's gonna blame you for it. You're doing PvP. I did the same thing. Well, the issue with Rallying Cry is you still do get critical damage because they've changed it. They changed it, actually. What would you say the second most busted set after Rallying Cry is? Well, actually, I'm probably going to do a video on the top 10 most broken sets in PvP. I'll probably do this stream and we'll just go through it and talk about it together. Oh, Eyr0n ESO Nightblade ganking was fun. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed it too. I didn't like farming it, but it was broken. But let's look at Maliketh. Let's kind of discuss that because I think it's pretty interesting. I thought the same thing for a second, but so what Maliketh does is increases your damage down by 16% across the board. Okay, but decreases your critical damage done by 50%. So you can still get critical damage scaling, kind of. You have to actually have over 70% critical damage. So at base, on your character, if you remember, advanced stats, you have a base crit multiplier of 50%. So that is removed with Maliketh. Everybody's critical damage reduction is 20% on their character. So you have to have a 70% swing in critical damage to kind of outweigh if they had zero end pin added, compared to, like, if they didn't have rallying cry or something like that. You have to have at least 20% critical damage scaling, which most builds do. Okay, most builds have some some small passives here and there, like the Nine Blades passive here that's going to give them 10%. So if you're a Nine Blade and you're running Maliketh, you're going to get 16% base damage. But when you compare that to something like Sea Serpent's Coil, it is like Maliketh used to be one of the best sets of the game, mythic item wise. But they nerfed it and then made it to where you couldn't crit at all. Well, basically, they make it to where you can crit still, but it's not going to be as effective because they basically reduced it to nothing. The Sea Serpent's Coil addition to the game, this is more broken than original Maliketh, in my opinion, because Maliketh does not buff your healing. Sea Serpent's does. I just don't think Maliketh compares. I don't think Maliketh compares to, in my opinion. I mean, if Maliketh works for you, great. I'm not saying that it doesn't work. I'm saying, in my opinion, I think Sea Serpent is far superior. But I do think that there is some drawbacks to Sea Serpents that is noticeable. With the speed. I will say that the speed is definitely noticeable, but it's not bad whenever you have... I'm not going to kill him. I actually don't need the 2H axe. I think I'm gonna like, I do appreciate it, but I don't want to get it crafted just yet. I still want to just kind of wait. I do appreciate it though, Jensen. I think I want to go with Order's Wrath. Like in most situations like this type of Zerging, I wish I had my regular Stand Blade. Now, regular Stand Blade is better in these types of situations. Like 100% better. Because I would have Cloak and I could just cloak away. Yeah, I wish they didn't nerf health recovery like they did. I never really got into health recovery builds too much, but I think that they nerfed it way too much. I like Rally more. I wouldn't take off Rally. I tried the dual wield spec without it. I have no survivability with that. Maybe when I get more CP, I may try it, but I think Rally's too much needed right now, in my opinion. I'm probably gonna die here. Yeah, I wish I had engine, man. I need engine on this build. Still getting used to the bars too. I wish that knife blade would piss off, dude. I don't even know where he's at. I don't have minor force. I wish I had it, but I don't. I'm still kind of fine-tuning this spec too. It's not like done yet. I'm probably gonna get sniped by that guy too. That's alright. I swap bars. Yeah, engine would definitely be a lot better. Zon, interesting. Oh. That Zon's eating me. Yo, Zon's still in range, yo? I still need to get used to my skills too. Bye, sir. If I had more CP, I'd try out Dueler, but I'd probably end up swapping to 2H. It has more survivability. Yeah, and guess what? We both had Rallying Cry. Like, if I was on my regular Sandblade, he probably would have bursted me with his Ons. If I'm being honest. He probably would have. And that really wasn't the longest fight ever. I've had fights with over 30 minutes. A 5-minute duel ain't nothing. I've had fights with, like, people on console that lasted for hours. Like, I remember there's some fights with Dove that I used to have. Man, it's freaking... all those guys, dude. But I wouldn't mind trying this build out with more speed and no Sea Serpents, but I think the damage is just too much. Yeah, I'm not on console anymore. So tell me what you guys think. I think for the new year, I had some kind of plans. Wanted to hear you guys' thoughts on it too. I was thinking about doing a podcast similar to how Cypher used to do it. Have a core group of people, but also bring in some guests and maybe even just some random viewers to talk about the game from their perspective. Maybe some Zerg leaders, or whatever the case is. I was thinking about having just like how Cypher did a long time ago, with you know, a group of 4 people. I was thinking Sawman, Nice, and Else. To have like a little podcast we do maybe every few weeks, nothing crazy. Do it live on stream, just kind of talk about the game in general, ask some questions from you guys in chat. You know, if Sawman is streaming, whoever else is streaming, it doesn't matter. What do you guys think about that? I think it could be interesting to do, kind of like have these talks about the gameplay balance in general. Talk about performance, you know, kind of whatever is affecting PvP at the current time. I mean, it just would be just interesting to like, you know, it doesn't have to be just ESO related all the way, right? It could be about other things as well. Do you guys like that idea? I don't expect it to get millions and millions of views, but I think it would be a fun thing to do and could like talk about things in the open air rather than just like, what I don't like about sometimes doing videos is what I say in the past doesn't necessarily like talk about, like, refute somebody's comments, you know, like that's why I wanted to have the discussion now, or at least to try it out and see how it kind of went, where talk about, you know, something about that's affecting the game, somebody that disagrees with me. And have like a discussion about it. I killed you in OPR last night. Oh man, I'm sorry, VM. I was just chilling, dude. I got a rage quit last night in OPR and New World. Well, I mean, here's the thing, Vinjack, is like, I think what we're gonna have to do, I've came to some conclusions and realizations over the past few months that I think we're gonna have to make our own content, and we're gonna have to make the game enjoyable for ourselves. Because I gotta be honest, I go to play New World, I go to play Black Desert, I go to play any other game. I don't like the combat as much as ESOs. I don't. So if I just confine myself to only playing till 7:30 during PvP and Greyhost on PC, I'm happy. I'm happy. I enjoy interacting with you guys in stream. I like making builds. I like making content for the game. I just can't stand it when the performance dies, when I can't press my abilities. It literally pisses me off. Like, if I'm playing New World. I enjoy the game, but that game's combat pisses me off more than anything. The freaking combats on all the freaking staggers in New World, all the freaking Gray Sword Bowtard users, and I'm sitting there as a 9k health squishy mage. I played bow and Gray Sword. I like that too. But New World's PvP is so much more gear dependent than ESO's. Like, you can slap on some decent crafted gear like I did on my Nightblade and do fine in PvP on ESO. You can't do that in New World. You gotta have 625 best in slot gear traits. You gotta have perfect traits, perfect rolls. You can't craft the gear like you want to. You can guarantee two traits, but you can't guarantee 3. The farming in that game is not as enjoyable. It's okay to some degree, but the most fun grind in New World is from 500 expertise to 600. After that, it gets obnoxiously boring and just unfun. I still like it to some degree, but it's not that bad, but it gets kind of annoying. It's where I would rather play ESO during lag sometimes than playing a New World and get hit by all the staggers all the time. Like the staggers in New World piss me off so much. The body blocking where I can't roll through somebody pisses me off. All that pisses me off. All of it does. It's worse than ESO pissing off too. I'm freaking raging. I mean, I know I'm not bad, but I know I'm not freaking, you know, terrible either. I have some concepts of the game. Buff rallying cry in 2023? Exactly, dude. That's what we need to do. I don't know. I just think these, if I'm being honest, I would rather gripe about balance than do another video talking about performance. Because we all know performance sucks. I don't have it in me to do another video talking about how crappy performance is. Like, we get it. Yeah, performance sucks. What can we do about it? Okay, nothing. So, oh, well, that's great. What did I do? 22.5 Alyssa. Let's go, dude. But I think we all agree performance could be better. And doing a video about it is not going to change anything. So. Yeah, people on PC definitely play a little bit more conservative. There's less balls at the wall like there is on console. Like, you got like kamikazes on console where they just run into a group of 20. Imagine playing this dead garbage. ESO's still fun. ESO's still fun, man. When performance works, you cannot deny the game is the best PvP MMO currently. When the game works. Nobody can deny that. If you deny that, then you probably didn't like ESO in the first place. Where are you guys going? I don't like having to roll gear that I cannot guarantee to be gold. Or can't guarantee to be, like, finished. If that makes sense. Oh, that's where you guys are running. Well, it's not broke 95% of the time. It's broke at 7:30. In like 40 minutes. 30 minutes. That's when it breaks. You can't play. So, we're gonna play till we can't play no more, and then we're gonna go do something else. Need to level up my stamp sork some too. Dark Age of Camelot came out on console. I never messed with that. Yeah, we made the hybrid blade yesterday. Is Stamcrow a dead class? I see a Stamcrow as often as I see performance working. No. I would say yeah, it's pretty dead, except for if you're bombing. That's really the only time it's good. And also, I'm coming after ball groups. Oh, I got you, DM. I got you. I'm coming after ball groups You guys are in my crosshairs in the next few videos I do. I'm coming after ball groups. Doing a video on that. So you gave up on Guild Wars? I just don't vibe with it. I don't like the blocking part. I do want to do a bomber though. I do really want to do a bomber. Well, no, what I'm saying is I'm not doing, well, I'm going to do a bomber video too, sure, but what I'm saying is like how I talked about how rallying cry is broken. I'm talking about ball groups and how they're broken. And how they really are unskillful to the highest degree. About how they ruin the game. But they do. Ball groups are the ones that mess up the servers. What do you think of going 6 Impin wouldn't reinforce a rallying cry? I don't. Impin trait has been nerfed so much that it's literally probably the worst trait you can do on a PvP build. Probably the worst trait you could do. Well-fitted sturdy is probably much better. Yeah, any decent ball groups. Yeah, exactly. That's what killed a console because the servers haven't gotten upgraded yet. On PC, it's not as bad, but it's still there. Impin is a useless trait right now in its current state. It was 258 and now it's 127, giving you 2% critical mitigation. And don't say anything about me being in a ball group either, because I'm solo. Divines isn't too bad either. But you cannot deny, like, right now the PvP's great. Like, my abilities are fine. Now watch in the next 30 minutes. It's gonna stop. I'm just chilling right now. I'm Zerg surfing, so I'm just chilling and talking with you guys. I ain't got no shame in Zerg surfing. PCU prime time is like 6 ball groups going. Exactly. I'm looking for some footage on ball groups. So, if anybody has any footage of some interesting ball groups, doesn't mind hurting their feelings. I'm coming after ball groups, dude. I'm gonna be shitting on ball groups. They make the game unplayable for everybody else. Okay, your 12-man group's probably having an absolute blast, but everybody else is suffering from your performance. All of you guys are running. How big is a ball group? 12. Nope. Nah, don't even Kirk. At least 6 to 8 is minimum for a ball group. But there's different. If you're just like a bunch of pack rats, and you guys are all just running some 1vxer builds, that's not a ball group. When I talk ball group, I'm talking rallying cry, I'm talking radiant regeneration spam, I'm talking echoing vigor bullshit, I'm talking slap on powerful assault type cringe. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about ball groups. Now, the most fun fights, in my opinion, are the Zergs v Zergs that aren't in a group and they're just mindlessly fighting each other. Those are the most fun fights. No, I'm not going to get all ball groups removed, but I can still talk about it. I know, I just feel like there's not enough opinion pieces in ESO's content right now. There's no... It's all like waiting, like not wanting to step on anybody's toes. I don't know, I'm gonna do things differently. Like... I don't know. I've had some cool ideas. Yeah, I don't blame them. I could still like I don't blame people for ganking and can still call them cum blades. But guess what? You can play the game how you want. I'm not like saying you can't play that way. I'm just saying I personally find that playstyle disgusting. That's all I'm saying. You can play how you want. You feel attacked? Well, you should. I do 100% agree Rowling Cry is broken. You cannot tell me with a straight face. Alright, we're gonna get into it. Here in a second. What's good, Oscar? I'm gonna go look at my comment section. Oh man, that's hurting actually. Ooh! Bro! Got the siege to death, bro! Give him. I died the siege. Alright. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Real talk. Gotta get the Godzilla cam in here. Alright. So, let me go to my YouTube video. I'm gonna look at the comments. I think this is a good place to start. Okay. So. So let me answer Hometown's question first. Let's get this all serious up here. No music, just chatting. I want to say off the rip, I don't care if you think Rallying Cry is broken or not. Wait, this isn't World of Warcraft. How is this World of Warcraft? All right. So I feel like for off the bat, I mean, you can believe what you want to believe. I really could care less. I'm just providing my perspective and insight on the internet from a game I've played since launch on console. So I did a video on this. If you guys haven't seen it, check it out, and then come back here. But I think it's a quick TLDR version of the overarching aspect about talking about Rallying Cry. Is you can objectively say that with any sense of the imagination that Rallying Cry is not broken. Okay. While Battle Spirit is active, critically healing yourself or an ally grants them weapon damage, 300 weapon spell damage, and 1650 critical resistance. Okay. 300 weapon damage, 1650 critical resistance. Yes, it gets reduced based on group members, but we're talking about a solo perspective. Let's keep like solo or a small group. Okay, 4 people. It's going to go down to 240 weapon damage and 1300 critical resistance, 1320. So it's going to be 20% critical mitigation and 240 weapon spell damage. Okay. So when you compare that to something like, transmutation. Does transmutation not pull up? I can't spell. Transmutation, 1400 critical resistance. This actually used to last for 20 seconds, 15 to 20. So you get more critical resistance than transmutation offers. Even at 4 players. Okay. If you look at Powerful Assault, 307 weapon damage for 15 seconds. So literally the same exact buff uptime. Well, we're just comparing the 5 pieces. Yeah, sure, you can add in the extra weapon spell damage from the 4-piece of Powerful Assault, but typically you're going to be running that on the back bar anyway, so you're really not taking advantage of the damage bonus. Okay? Rallying Cry provides you with, objectively speaking, from the 5 pieces, from the 5-piece bonus, Rallying Cry gives you Powerful Assaults, and it gives you Transmutation. How in anybody's right mind can you tell me that a 5-piece set has 2 5-piece bonuses on it? It is not broken. That's the question I have, if I'm being honest. How could you objectively say that Rallying Cry having weapon and spell damage from Powerful Assaults and having more critical resistance than Transmutation? Okay, if we go with the buffing route, that's a great idea. But, okay, well, let's go with the buffing route. Here's my perspective on this, okay? If we set Rallying Cry as the standard for all sets to be, you're going to see some crazy numbers here in a second. If we set Rallying, I talked about this earlier before we started, really. If we set Rallying Cry as the standard for what all the other sets in PvP need to act like, a perfect example is U.N.O's. Now, I want you to pay very, very close attention to the 2, 3, and the 4-piece of Rallying Cry. Crit chance, max magic, critical chance. U.N.O's provides you with critical chance, max magic, critical chance, and then weapon and spell damage of 300, okay? So Rallying Cry, when you compare this to U.N.O's, I know this is a craftable set from like 2016, but if we're talking about keeping everything objectively with the same value as Rallying Cry is currently, what would you consider a decent compensation for the indifference between Rallying Cry and U.N.O's? You're talking about 25% critical mitigation. You could buff U.N.O's on the 5-piece to 500, maybe 550 weapon spell damage. I feel like that's some great compensation, okay? But now, if you look at other sets like Clever Alchemist, okay, just imagine for a second, U.N.O's had 550 weapon and spell damage, okay? Burning Spellwave has 490, and that doesn't have 100% uptime. Clever Alchemist has 675. That doesn't have 100% uptime. So when you're talking about buffing other sets to the same level, like from an objective perspective, you're going to have Clever Alchemist having 800, 900 weapon and spell damage in comparison to Rallying Cry. Rallying Cry cannot be the standard because every set in the game would be obnoxiously crazy. 10k weapon damage would be normal. If we went with that route, I would definitely like to see some of the other sets buffed, but we also have to look at the perspective of maybe Rallying Cry is just overtuned and it deserves some slight adjustments. I'm not saying to nuke it into the ground like Zoss does. I provided 3 good points, I think, in my video that kind of outlined what I would do with the set. I think one of the biggest problems is its uptime. It has 100% uptime. Actually, well over 100% uptime because the buff lasts for 15 seconds and actually, the buff lasts for 20 seconds and a 15-second cooldown. Okay. I think the uptime is probably the biggest issue to some degree, but I think also the value of the critical resistance in comparison to something like Major Force. Okay, Major Force has 20% critical damage increase. Rallying Cry gives you a 25% critical damage mitigation. I don't think that Rallying Cry should have more mitigation than a major buff. But that's not what we're talking about, Hometown. Is I definitely see your perspective of talking about nerfing something as Asuka's going to over-nerf it. Okay? But I'm saying in an ideal world where we could actually talk about balance without worrying about something getting misconstrued and our perspective getting not fully envisioned by the developers. That's what I'm getting at. I mean, sure, in reality, if I say Rattling Cry is broken, ZOS doesn't have to nerf it. I would agree that, like, I would say that we need some type of project. What do they call that in Rainbow Six? Was it Project Vitality? Project Vitality, is that what they called it? I think there needs to be another one Tamriel that brings all the old sets back to being more viable in the game. I definitely think that there needs to be some adjustments to the older sets that need to bring them more in line with the current stats. Because if you look at taking something else completely out of the loop, okay, Eternal Vigor. You guys remember that set, meta set for a while. Okay. Well, Legends makes a good point. Shacklebreaker, okay? Shacklebreaker used to be probably one of the best sets in the game for DKs because of how it provided you with Stam and Mag. And then Eternal Vigor came out. Well, back when Eternal Vigor came out, you had actually an extra 5-piece bonus of health. That was like 1,400. Okay. So this was the best sustained set in the game for quite a while for most PvP builds. And guess what they came out with? Wretched Vitality. So with Eternal Vigor, you have to double bar it to make it the most effective. To get most of the stats from it, you have to double bar it because the recovery is static on the 5-piece. However, with something like Wretched Vitality, which is a set I personally use, and I can objectively say this is kind of a little bit overtuned. Whenever you could stack all this recovery with recovery food, you're talking about 600 to 700 recovery relatively easily from just running this set with like recovery bonus. I think that that's a little bit strong, but that's just my opinion. Like, I can still run something and say it's strong and still run it. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But I would say that they nerfed Eternal Vigor, and then guess what they came out with? Wretched Vitality. So it's a common practice for games and for ZeniMax to do. It's a nerf, probably one of the strongest gear sets. And then bring out a new set after they've nerfed it to improve upon it. I definitely don't deny that. But I think what ends up happening though is when you have people that multiple things can be true at once. You can say something is strong and still use it but still talk about its strength and it overall being probably one of the strongest sets. That's my opinion, at least. So you guys are talking about healing. I think that I think I'm gonna do this in a video talking about the tank meta. I think it's let me okay. I want you guys to see this. I want you guys to see this. What is going on, guys? I want you guys to see this in full effect live on stream. Okay? You guys remember a long time ago, back when I said healing was going to be insane. You guys remember that? When they hybridized the heals and made them where you could have Magica Burst heal on a stand build and vice versa, having Vigor on a magic build.
So you guys know I don't like to raise the alarm too much when it pertains to new updates, but this new meta is very, very scary. I think this update overall seems okay on the surface, but the hybridization of skills and abilities dynamically scaling brings some very concerning issues I think if not addressed soon enough could be devastating for the game's balance. I know
10 months ago, I talked about this stuff. I said that healing was going to be a problem. 10 months ago, February the 8th, almost a year ago. Let's check the comments, shall we? Let's check some of the comments. there were some people that said like, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about," like type of BS. Mm. Let's see here. Mm. Oh man, this is perfect in my opinion. The more it's brilliant, and the more hybrid should DPS scaling heals, the more will be a reach broken point in the future. It will face a big reset. CP change that change the scaling change. Hasn't happened yet, sir. Oh man, where was it? There was. I remember some people was like, let's see here. Yeah, we're still talking about balance back then, dude. Hell no, this does look insane, and Nightblade shouldn't be able to tank and put the highest DPS possible. I definitely agree with what he said. I'm trying to find. I remember this. There was some. Just buff Defile. I don't agree with. Buffing Defile is not something we should do. Where was it? There was some dumb comments. Where was it? There was something, dude. Adapt and overcome. The balance is not fine. You could literally not play anything else but a burst ganker or a zergling. Brawler, no pet build, no dots, no it has to be a burst ganker or a zergling, especially in no CP. And the stupid changes to force everyone into hybrid is not helping. As many have already stated, there are some morphs and skills that are clearly just best to use, and everyone they didn't use because we're magic or stamina. Yeah, healing wouldn't be fixed by major and minor debuffs. So this is just something. Gosh, where was it? I guess it may be on a different video or something. I can't find it. But there was some interesting comments, or we can go back to. You guys remember? Let's see here. So you guys remember Dark Convergence, right? You guys remember Dark Convergence? A long, long time ago, when Dark Convergence came out. Well, there was some comments on here that was hilarious. That talked about how Dark Convergence, it's not broken, just counter it. If you don't, then you're on the. Can you guys see this? So this is talking about Dark Convergence, guys. This was the video where I broke down Dark Convergence about being the most broken set the game. And when it came out, it was literally one of the most broken sets of the game. It's not broken, just counter it. If you don't, then you're in a lot of pain anyway in PvP. Oh man. So what I'm getting at is like people act like it's hilarious, and then I'm gonna make it to the same correlation that I did on the video recently that I just did, talking about a rallying cry. What was it? The funny part is people that end up running sets like this with the Zerkly and Zoss can't stand the people that can play the game and dominate solo or in small groups. That's definitely true. Been playing under week hyped. This guy was probably the most right person of all the comments. He actually saw the potential of it. This set will pretty much change how fighting in Serial is done. Like, good luck trying to be melee and fight against this. Not overjoyed, to be honest. Also, everybody in the grandma's gonna run around trying to figure out whose Dark Convergence proc is whose. I think that's the most true comment that I've seen from my old videos. The combo with Hrothgar is insane. There's not a whole lot of the dumb comments, but whenever I get them, they're very funny. Shit get nerfed real quick. It didn't. Oh man. We'll get nerfed soon. Count on it. Nope, it didn't. Rush of Agony is just as bad. He's not wrong. That's really another set that it's not really talked about too much. Anyways, that's just kind of what I want to go over. Just some funny comments from like back in the days whenever I would tell something is strong or overtuned to people like, nah, that's not true. You don't know what you're talking about. So I want you to have that same correlation to these YouTube comments. I simply disagree. So this is just a comment 2 minutes ago. I haven't read this one. I simply disagree. I don't think Rallying Cry is the big of an issue and definitely not broken, especially compared to Mars. Is absolutely stat dense, yes, but it's also a million times easier to stack crit damage in the game in comparison. And compared to other pools of backup sets of the game, I think it'd be cooler to see them get buffed versus calling for more nerfs. Rallying Cry builds are still absolutely killable, while Mars just plays the game for you. If anything, in my opinion, damage done stacking is more disgusting than critical damage, let alone together. So I would agree with that to some degree. But we just talked about this just a second ago. When you put Rallying Cry as the pinnacle of what other sets should be, you're then going to get sets like Clever Alchemist that are going to have, if you're thinking about compensation, 900 weapon damage on Clever Alchemist. That's compensating for the buff for Julianos to be at about 500. Because if we're trying to value the critical resistance that Rallying Cry gives, we also have to take into account Rallying Cry can be backbarred. Julianos can't. So even 600 weapon and spell damage, doubling Julianos will further increase the problems of the power creep in PvP, where you're going to have sets like Sea Serpent's Coil that's going to impact your weapon damage more and more. So whenever you put Rallying Cry as the pinnacle of balance, you have to bring everything up to Rallying Cry's level. And that's where you get a problem, I think. But I think from a realistic perspective, I could see the point about not wanting to call for nerfs, because ZeniMax is just going to over-nerf something and it's not going to be usable. Again, that's not the point of my video at all. I was going from an actual perspective of how we can actually fix the game and make it more enjoyable. I'm going to do a lot of videos talking about balance over the next few weeks. So I think that it's worth talking about, and it's gone overlooked over the past few updates when all of the bad stuff has been happening to the game with, you know, performance and whatnot. They should have Mario mushrooms into those games. All your new content is becoming more and more useless. I appreciate that. More lore, Yongpor. I appreciate that, man. Sets that give resistance and damage buff should not work at the same time. Damage above 50% health and resistance is below 50. I don't have a problem with that either. That's what's that one set called that gives you like 300 damage above 50% health? No, is it above or below? I don't remember. It also gives you resistances. I don't remember exactly. Discussing is cool, but if ZeniMax won't implement any of those ideas, what's the point? It's something else to talk about. Hometown. I think that we have had a gut full of the state of ESO. Is ESO dying? Is ESO going to survive in 2023? Is performance going to get any better? Performance is getting worse. What are we going to do? Like, I've had a gut full of making that content. I would like to talk about the game balance, something we can actually influence, where they can change numbers. They can insert numbers into the formula and can adjust gear sets that way. Are they going to listen? Maybe, maybe not. But I think recently they have done better about adjusting gear sets and not over nerfing them like they have in the past. Recently, I'm talking the past 6 months. So I think from my perspective, I don't want to make another video about, oh, is ESO dying? Is the performance going to get any better? I can't do those anymore. I literally have had my gut full of doing those videos. I enjoy ESO up until 7:30 in PvP. I absolutely love it. I love the PvP. Grey Host doesn't lag. I enjoy the game. But after 7:30, when the lag kicks in and when prime times come in, it gets very, very annoying. So that's my opinion on that whole situation. I just can't stomach doing another video like I've been doing. I just can't. If I'm being honest. Ancient Dragon Guard, that was the set I was talking about. The irony of this guy who told everyone to run his gank build Zillablade is now making a video on an anti-gank set too powerful. Unless you're running a Garbage Order's Wrath build or a ganker Rallying Cry won't affect you. You say 90% of people who aren't tanks use it. That's actually funny. It's so biased and inaccurate. So, Kaya is one of the most broken sets in its current state. Now, I want to iterate this if you guys don't know. Listen to what I said. Read this comment again. The irony of this guy who told everyone to run his gank build Zillablade is not making video talking about an anti-gank set too powerful. I do play Nightblade, but I'm looking at this from an objective perspective. Some people will like to think, you know, they're probably commenting now, oh, Zilla just wants to make Nightblades even stronger. He just wants everybody to have lower critical resistance. And that's not true at all to the slightest degree. Exactly, his exact comment came into my head before he even spoke those words. That's just funny, if I'm being honest. That's absolutely hilarious. But the 90% was a joke to some degree. Like, I was joking about this, but I really think it's about, in realistic terms, it's about 80%. I see Rallying Cry all the time. Does he even play ESO? I think I do. Titanborn and Cool Riptide. No crit needed. I guess if you're ganking, that'd be fine. The devs should do a stream where they discuss with the players. I 100% agree. I think the issue is a lot of times is developers get so much noise that they get it from the veteran players, they get it from the casual players, they get it from, you know, every Tom, Dick, and Harry everywhere. And you have people like this saying the Zillablade, and I never told anybody to run the Zillablade. That's just, you know, that's just what it got deemed the name as. And you don't have to run the build if you don't want to. It's not stopping you from doing anything else. So, thanks. Zos is now going this set to the ground. Well, I wish that they would, you know, listen maybe to me, but I don't tell them what to do with their balance. Just because I talk about something doesn't mean it's going to get nerfed, guys. Just because I do it doesn't mean it's going to get nerfed. In a group, it's garbage. Solo, it works great as intended. It's Nightblades that are broken right now. And I would definitely agree that Nightblades are overtuned, but I wouldn't say in a group it's garbage. That's literally the most simple-minded approach. Like, Also, thanks for getting gullible dumbasses to think this will do anything in fights if they just throw it on because everyone else uses it. Easy kills. I make rallying meta users look silly with my way off meta Argonian Magnet. Same for goofy ass Olkis users. Sets don't make the build, knowledge does. There's a counter for everything if you know your shit. Okay, interesting. Very, very interesting. There's way stronger sets than Rallying Cry. It's really just a brain-dead set, while in late game to top tier BGs lobbies, finding someone using Rallying is a challenge. On PlayStation, at least, you're more likely to find someone using Plague Sling than a Rally, just because it's at that point where people stop watching YouTube and use their own ideas and do better than some Rallying Cry Ice Warden or something. Interesting take. If you go up against a group of four-man pre-mates with Rallying Cry on Wardens, you're going to be in for a lot of fun. You think Kind Marches is better than Rallying Cry in high MMR BGs? So are you running Kind Marches on the back bar or the front bar? Because you can't compare them if you're running Kind Marches on the front and Rallying Cry on the back. Front? Yeah, you can't compare them then at that point. Because you wouldn't front bar Rallying Cry. I mean, you can, I guess, but... Kind Marches are strong too, but I think... I think it's too RNG based for me. I'm not saying that it's not good. How about this? What if somebody ran Kind Marchers and somebody else ran Rallying Cry? If you're talking about sweaty pre-made BGs, then yeah, sure. I could see, like, it depends on your build too. Well, Danger Trickery has defensive RNG, okay? It's based off of a light attack you do on your back bar, or any type of damage you do on your back bar that increases your healing potential. Or whatever it procs. It gives you more survivability. I guess, I mean, Kind Marchers, I don't know. I feel more value from Trickery than Kind Marchers. I'm not saying the Kind Marchers is bad by any means, but my personal build and play style, I don't like Kind Marchers. Because here's the thing, if you're going up against a Warden or a Templar, you can remove the Kind Marcher debuffs. You can't remove, well, I guess you can now, but that set nobody uses it because it got nerfed into the ground. Was the this thing that was going to remove all your major and minor buffs, which was absolutely obnoxious. Like, that set is either going to be so strong where it's going to be meta, or it's going to be so useless that nobody uses it. And that was a problem with that set, and I called it out whenever they were adjusting it. But I think Kind Marchers is good, but I think if you can cleanse it. Yeah, Nocturnals, that's what I was talking about. Nocturnals was either going to be the most broken set to be released, better than Dark Convergence, or it was going to be the most useless set in the game. And what did it turn out to be? The most useless set in the game. Because there's no way you could balance that. It's impossible. You can't make a set that's going to remove your buffs balance. You can't. That has no cooldown on it. You can't. With the cooldown, it's more manageable, but it's trash now. So there's no way. I like the idea. I think it's pretty cool. But I just... That was going to be a nightmare to go against. But Kind Marchers is good, don't get me wrong. But you can remove the debuffs from Kind Marchers with Cleanse. Yeah, that's exactly why I stopped PvPing. I got a question. How do these comments align with ZeniMax's core values? I don't think any of these comments align with ZeniMax's core values. So, and here's something, like, okay, whenever I talk about a set, it doesn't mean it's going to get nerfed, guys. Like, I'm just like you. I'm not nothing special. I just make YouTube content. Sure, I have 20-something thousand subscribers, but that doesn't mean anything. Like, I think people need to get that out of their head about subscribers mean something. It really doesn't. I'm just a guy talking about my opinion on the internet that plays Elder Scrolls Online. That's all I'm doing. So I'm not nothing special. Just because I talk about something doesn't mean it gets nerfed. Just because I ask for a buff doesn't mean it gets buffed. What's good, guy? How you doing, man? How do you get the Rallying Cry set? You get it from Reward to the Worthy for gaining alliance points in PvP. Whether that be BGs, Imperial City, or Cyrodiil. I don't even use NPin anymore. Critical resistance is not that good like it used to be. 100% agree with Revolt. They've nerfed critical resistance on gear by 50% to make it unusable. Sure, I can influence people, but when it comes down to the end of the day, the people making the gameplay decisions are the ones at ZeniMax, not me. I mean, obviously they don't listen to the end-game player base as much as people think they do. So I don't think that I have any type of swing either way. Like, if it were up to me, I would nerf Rallying Cry, but it's not up to me. That's why I talk about it. Maybe some people agree, maybe some people don't. Rallying Cry isn't even the issue on Xbox. It's 12-man Zergs with all 40-50k HP. Combine that with performance of the game is literally unkillable. I definitely agree with that. I think that Rallying Cry is definitely an issue, but I think there's some issues that far outshine it. But I think I was looking at just Rallying Cry's stat density. I think people got that over their head a little bit. Great video. Your comment section won't agree because this is the best and most stat dense base set ever introduced into the game. Most wearing it, so don't want it nerfed. Gonna be my Dark Convergence comment section all over again. I think Rallying Cry is trash. Set 289 weapon damage. Joke set. Oh, man. Please no more nerfs. I'm gonna talk about this one more time. In my opinion, if you're trying to make the pinnacle of the game around all of the sets, okay, when you try to make Rallying Cry the pinnacle of all balance, okay, you have sets like Julianos that have the same 2, 3, 4 piece bonuses. When you try to say, okay, let's buff everything else, okay, when you do that, you have to buff sets like Julianos up to maybe 500, maybe even 600 weapon and spell damage, okay? If we're going to be completely honest here, Julianos going up to 600 weapon and spell damage, when in comparison to something like Rallying Cry, that you can backbar on top of that, you can't backbar Julianos. I guess you can front bar it, technically, if you have 600 weapon and spell damage on it. But then you look at other sets like Clever Alchemist. Clever Alchemist is 675 weapon and spell damage. Should Clever Alchemist be 800-900 weapon and spell damage? Where does the line stop? Because the issue is Rallying Cry is just so strong and so much more stat dense than every other set in the game. You can't base the entire balance off of Rallying Cry, because then you're going to have an insane power creep where all these sets are way overtuned, and I guess if everything is broken, nothing is broken. But 10k weapon damage is going to be normal at that point. Like, everybody's going to have 10k weapon damage. So I think I definitely like the idea of no more nerfs, but when you look at the perspective of putting that set as the standard, you cannot buff everything equally to it, because then everything will be way too strong. But then Rallying Cry won't be as strong. But then you have other sets that are going to be abused probably more than Rallying Cry is currently. That's the issue. Yeah, Ness is a pretty cool guy. He does talk a lot in his streams about balance from what I've seen. There's also already made 90% of the sets obsolete. If they nerf Rallying Cry, people will just go to other sets. 100% agree. But I think also in tandem with the nerf to Rallying Cry, I think there needs to be a Project Health to make other sets more viable. Alchemist is probably one of the best backbarbable sets in the game, for sure. I think there's good. I think it plays into a playstyle, though. I don't think it's just Clever Alchemist. Like, it's that dense, don't get me wrong. You get 2 free health bonuses and weapon damage. It's one of the best front barbable or back barbable sets you can run. It's in the mix of the top 5 or 10, but I wouldn't say Alchemist is overperforming like Rallying Cry is. There's not a single content creator that's going to go after ball groups. Well, that's not going to be going on for long. I'm going to be talking about ball groups here in my next few videos. well, a video I'm gonna do. If you want, if you want to press the stop attacking broken sets, start going after all the ball groups. I think ball groups are definitely a problem, but they're not the end all be all to the problems of the game. It's interesting how many are okay with this set. I think people are missing the bigger picture of how this set compares with most others and just adds to an unbalanced game. This set, while this set isn't wildly out of control, a must-have or anything like that, it's just very strong as already unbalanced game and gives you too much for too little requirements. That's like Rallying Cry go against the idea of diversity when they clearly overperform. I've tested it and no, it didn't make my character god tier, but it gives you so much that I notice a difference figuring other players, but I'm not the one who's wearing it. Adjust this set slightly down or bring other sets slightly up. There's only like 6 sets above all the others. Nerfing Rallying will just make people go back to Clever or Trickery. I still ran Clever, I should say, on console. I don't have it on PC because I need more sustain. If I had more sustain, I would definitely be using Clever instead of Wretched on my stand blade. I don't think Clever, because it has some type of skill to it. It's not like you hit a heal and you get it. You got to hit a potion. There's a sacrifice given, because if you don't have enough sustain whenever you pop that potion, guess what? You're out of juice for the next 45 seconds and have no failback option. Nothing helping you whenever you get low. You don't have a potion to give you extra stamina to roll dodge. There's a give and take. Rallying Cry, there's no give. There's only take. That's the problem. I disagree with you. We don't need nerfs again. You asked Sauce to nerf one thing, they'll nerf everything. And then we already talked about this to some degree earlier. Everyone's answer is always complain and ask for more nerfs instead of just building to compete against it. Well, we already talked about that as well. So I don't think Mars Bomb is as bad as people... I haven't tested it personally. So I think I'm speaking about this in a hypothetical situation, not ran it. But I think that Mars Bomb is not as strong as it used to be. It was busted when I took a break from YouTube and was doing my tile stuff. I seen like Letï$ of freaking just sitting there, like healing. I think it's still strong. I don't think it's as strong as it used to be. I don't know if it needs more nerfs or what. I just don't have an opinion on it. Because I have not ran it. I think it's probably better on something like a Warden or a Templar now, because you have the cleanse to get the bonus from it. But that's 2 classes, not all of them. Like if everybody was running Mars on like Nightblades, Wardens, DKs, everything, then yeah. But I don't think Mars Bomb is on the same level as Rallying Cry, because guess what? Mars Bomb just gives survivability. It doesn't give damage. Rallying Cry does. It scales with sets like Sea Serpents, with stacking more and more weapon damage, which ultimately leads to a tank meta where you have damage, sustain, and survivability. And that's why I have an issue with Rallying Cry. If it didn't give critical resistance, then I would be okay with that to some degree. I think that's the problem, is sets give too much of one thing. That's my opinion. I've not ran Rallying Cry, or not Rallying Cry. I've not ran Mars, so I don't have an opinion on it. I'm going to leave it at that. I've not ran it. I'm going to test it, but from what I've seen, it was stronger back then than it is now. Like, whenever it first came out. But I think I don't know. I'll have to test it, and I'll get back to you guys on it. I think Mars may provide more survivability than Rallying Cry, but the damage comparison between Rallying Cry and Mars is non-negotiable. Like, Mars is a defensive set only. Rallying Cry gives you the best of both worlds to some degree. People will lose their mind if they nerf Rallying Cry. Also, I do agree that it does need a slight adjustment. I said check the comments. Oh man. Yo, I used to remember you dubstep running Hunting's Rage, fighting people on console, and you'd slap people with it. Like Hunting's was crazy back in the day. I mean, it was probably one of the best sets. That's all we had. And then when Spriggans came out, we were like, oh, we gotta get Spriggans. I agree with you and people saying you're not making sense, or worse, that you're wrong, are the reason PvP is right now. I played ESO for a while, and overall I still believe the diversity they brought into the game is not a bad thing. 2015 and 2016 ESO was rough in PvP. Everybody was so easy to kill, it was sometimes too quick. However, this kind of set really affect PvP, and people who don't realize it just don't understand how the calculation works. Probably complaining on the forums in 2016. A set that gives you both damage and resistance is stupid. Fact is that with 300 damage and 1650 critical resistance, yeah, they scale with group size, but come on. You can absolutely ditch impin for your armor and put on sturdy or well fitted. In today's meta, most sets don't give enough stats, and this is the real reason why a set like Rallying Cry is overpowered. 300 damage is not that great, however, the critical resistance amount is OP. In the end, this also shows the 2, 3, 4 piece bonuses are worthless, even if you're comparing this to a 2 or 3 piece bonus being weapon damage. It gives you 1 critical chance in max magic and not great for stand builds, but not useless either. However, the 250 weapon damage is so meaningless overall that the 2 piece bonuses you have always on do not matter. You decided to sacrifice a set to get 7 times in pin, I don't see an issue. However, with a set overperforms both trait on 7 pieces and a major buff, that's a red flag right there. Only thing I don't agree with is you saying that 90% of people play it. That's because YouTubers like you are there to explain to these narrow-minded YouTube build people why this set is OP, which could in the end make the problem even worse. Though in current ESO PvP state, you can basically do anything and it will be good enough, because I said the set bonuses are so low that it doesn't matter. Zos bring back the percentages. It meant that you had to invest in what you were doing for it to work, so that the max health battle or Rallying Cry Dawnbreaker and Warriors would have to choose between damage resistances and health. On that note, Rallying Cry and Markin being as popular as they are is not a surprise. I could say you could do, I would say you could do the same thing. You could nerf Rallying Cry and buff resist Inpin, but the issue is, if they nerf Inpin, I don't think they're going to buff it again. But we'll see. I legit swap Mars from Rallying Cry on my Necro Healer. Difference was night and day. Losing 300 damage for insane survivability is a no-brainer. Well, that may be... I think if you're getting Zerg down constantly, then sure. I can see. I think that's also something else to throw in here as well. Is we all play differently. We all play some kind of different. Maybe you play in a small group. Maybe you play in a 5-6 man group. Maybe you play in a Zerg. Okay, we find different sets valuable at different situations. From my perspective, playing outnumbered, damage is king. Being able to kill people quickly is very important. Having survivability to sustain forever, it's not as important, because if I can't kill somebody in in a combo, then I'm probably not going to be able to survive anyways if I'm fighting outnumbered by 6 or more. That's the way I prefer to play. Now, if you want to survive longer, but still don't want to have that kill potential to be able to kill anybody, maybe you can kill only the squishy Zerglings. You can't kill a decently stacked built character. You have some troubles with that. That's not something I want. I want to be able to kill anybody that I come up against, not because like I chose for a more survivable approach on my build just to be able to survive longer, just because I want to be able to kill more people, where I don't have like a set like Mars. Yes, it provides a lot of survivability, but it doesn't give you that extra damage bonuses that scales very nicely with sets like Sea Serpent's Coil, with sets like Clever Alchemist, giving you all the damage scaling with major brutality, minor brutality, and whatnot. There's differences of playstyle, and I think that needs to be taken into account as well. I'd rather see a nerf to Coil so the pay-to-win gap is a little smaller. I definitely agree that Coil needs to be adjusted. I agree with you. Damage is king, but it's different on a Nightblade, on any class for that matter. I could agree, but I don't think that... it's hard to say. Like, I like Trickery just because I like the survivability that it gives me on a SamDK, but there's been some times where I've actually found more value from running Rallying Cry on my SamDK than Trickery, just because it gave me more damage and more healing potential. But also we have to look at, how do you run Rallying Cry? Or not Rallying Cry. Mars Bomb. Are you double barring it, or are you running on the back bar? Because I think you can't compare them if you're double barring Mars. If you back bar Mars, you have to be playing a Templar or a Warden to take the most value from it, correct? Because you have to cleanse. It cleanses every 15 seconds. So you really can't compare Rallying Cry to Mara's, because if you're not running it the same way, yeah, of course you're going to see more survivability with Mars because you're double barring it. Also, I think that's important as well, because then you have to choose. This is why I don't have a problem with Mars. Okay, is yeah, you're going to be tanky, but guess what? You have to choose between a mythic item now or a monster set. You have to choose between those two, or running an arena weapon set. You have to choose between those. You can't pick all three. You can with, well, I guess you can't. You can't pick an arena weapon with Rallying Cry. You can't have all three of those. So you can have Mars on the body. You can pick between a mythic item or a monster set. So if you want to have Balor, you can't run a mythic. You're also losing access to one piece of training to get extra health. And we already talked about the nerf other sets, or buff other sets to nerf and don't nerf everything. We already talked about that several times. I think I made the point pretty clear. Rallying Cry is fine in my opinion. Top down find things to complain about. It's a direct counter to crit builds, which means balance. Doesn't need a nerf in one bit. Also, not running Rallying Cry doesn't gimp you as much as you think. It would even if you're a sweatiest of sweats. So, thanks for the $10 donation, Daniel. I really appreciate you giving good information and knowledge other than the unusual response get good. Buff 7th Legion. Oh man, I used to run 7th Legion. Oh, I remember that set. I think Nightblades do need some adjustments, but I don't think it's because of Nightblade skills. Because okay, let's talk about Nightblade for a second. Let's deep dive into it. To my knowledge, as it sits right now, to my brain of remembering, they have not buffed Spec Bow in a very long time. The only thing they've changed and actually made Conceal Weapon more viable. Sure, you could disagree on the implementation of that, but the only thing they've really changed, and they added Power Extraction to give minor courage. So they added Conceal Weapon to give 10% damage bonuses based off of losing, a major buff, like Major Expedition. And they added Minor Courage to Power Extraction. That's the only thing they've done. Okay. And now Nightblades are hitting obnoxiously hard. But what also have they added into the game? Sea Serpent's Coil. I think Sea Serpent's Coil is more to blame for a lot of the damage than people like to think. Because Nightblade has not been changed in a very long time, except for those two things off the top of my head. And that indirectly buffed all of their damage, because it buffed, Conceal Weapon, which I think the Conceal Weapons buff was a little bit much. And I think that it would be better suited to be based off around cloak rather than losing major expedition, because as soon as you take away that 100% uptime on concealed weapon damage, nobody's going to use it anymore. Because why? It gives them free 10% damage right now. Free. You have to use Refreshing Path. You're going to get minor intellect and minor stamina recovery, whatever, for using that skill. You're going to have 100% uptime on concealed weapons damage. You're chilling with 10% free damage for changing a skill, which is far more valuable than the stamina morph. And that's why right now Nightblades are hitting hard, in my opinion. It's between the concealed weapon buff, the buff to power extraction, giving them minor courage, and Sea Serpent's Coil. Not that many people use concealed weapon. I disagree. Every hybrid blade you see right now that's running a dual wield and ice staff, 90% of those people are using concealed weapon. Rallying Cry has been broken since it's been added into the game. Sure, I could see Rallying Cry as a small problem, but we have to start somewhere. And I really saw Rallying Cry, and like I wanted to start here. I'm going to talk about other things as well. It's not just going to be this. I'm talking about ball groups. I'm going to talk about healing, the tank meta. Yeah, and I think that's also something as well as we have to take into account. Is some people play on different platforms, so there's different metas. But anyways, I think I've kind of made my point. If you buff something in comparison to Rallying Cry standard, you get way too much power creep. If they nerf it correctly and give it some usability, but don't over nerf it, then I think everything's fine. Coil is definitely overtuned. I'm gonna be doing a video on the most broken mythics too. I'm going all in on all the broken stuff in the game. So that's my perspective on it. I know some people may not agree with that, but that's okay. We're all humans. We all have differing opinions, and that's what makes, you know, constructive conversations very fruitful. Nightblades always hit hard. Yeah, Nightblades hit hard, but they've... The problem I have with the game in general right now is it's so easy to be tanky, have damage, and have sustain. It's too easy. That's the problem. On my Nightblade spec, on my Standblade is the most balanced. Well, damage is kind of obnoxious, but I think that's also because I'm not always going against the most competent of players. When I go up against decent players with all the things I just mentioned, then yeah, it's definitely a struggle fest. But my Nightblade has Retro Vitality for sustain. It has whatever it's called. What's the set that I use? Night Mother's Gaze for my offensive pin, and Battle for a monster set. Using Majesty, using the basic mythic, and one piece of training. So I'm running a very balanced build that's giving me damage and sustain. No tankiness. I'm very squishy on my Nightblade. I get hit by 10k whips. They hurt. A lot. A lot. And in my opinion, with the way they've kind of balanced the game, there should not be a DK hitting 10k whips and a DK having 13k coags, having 30k resistances, and 2k stam recovery. I don't think that should be possible. I don't think Warden should have 40k health, stacking all of their health with Clever Alchemist, Rallying Cry, being an absolute tank, having all this sustain. Like, I don't think that should be possible. I think that there needs to be give and take. At a point in time, DK was probably the most balanced class in the game. Now, it needed some slight adjustments, but I think ZeniMax overbuffed and made it to where it was far overtuned. Back in the day, on DK, you had to pick between damage, sustain, or tankiness. You couldn't have all three on DK. You had to pick between damage and sustain, but guess what? You're squishy, you're in light armor, you're playing a DK. I used to play light armor DK. Chica was a really good one on console. I was running light armor with harness magic. I was squishy. There was no doubt about it. I had, I think, 25, maybe 28k health. But I had a lot of damage. I had enough sustain, but I was not godlike tanky where I could take a beating forever. I had a limit and I had a breaking point of where I just couldn't survive anymore. Then they buffed DKs, and now you could do everything. You could do everything on any class. I think except for Nightblade. Nightblade's the one class that you really have to fully spec into damage. And well, I guess you can go with Rallying Cry. Once you get more CP, it's going to be a little bit bigger. It's going to be a little bit easier. Answer this question. So I'm going to answer this question, and then we're going to go into, I want to talk about CP. I think CP is a big problem. You think people posting builds on YouTube is a massive issue with metas and lack of build diversity? I would think to some degree, but you also have to think, right? Not everybody has as much experience as people on YouTube. I think that's the trade-off you get for being a casual player that just wants to know the best in slot build, doesn't want to waste the time. A lot of people, work quite a bit, and they don't have the time to figure out what's the best. So they look for content creators to be that guiding light to help them figure out what's going to be best for them and their playstyle. I present what I like. If you replicate my playstyle and you like it, you already know you're going to like the build. If you need to fine-tune something to give you a little bit more recovery or however you like to play, if you like to play with the staff or whatever the case is, then that's your personal preference. So I would say, yes, some YouTube videos and build videos definitely shine a spotlight on the best builds and sets to use, but it doesn't necessarily make everybody use those sets. I think there could be a mixture of all of those. I think this is going to be a hot take I'm going to do a video on, so be ready for it. Mythic items killed PvP. Absolutely killed it in a multitude of ways. You could talk about balance. You could talk about diversity. You could talk about a multitude of things. I really think mythic items killed PvP. Because before, yeah, sure, there were some gear sets that were, you had to run. But right now, it is best in slot, and there is no denying this, to running a monster set, a mythic item, a front bar set, a back bar set, and one piece of trainee. There is no denying how stat dense, and that is the best setup you can run in the game. There's no denying it. You're getting free health. You're getting a mythic item that's going to give you 2 major buffs. For example, Sea Serpent's Coil, major Courage, and major Berserk. You can run a damage set, and then you can run Rallying Cry. I'm just giving you guys an example. That is literally every single set's giving you damage. Okay, so when everybody uses those same exact gear sets because they are the best in slot, then there's nothing wrong with there being a meta. I just think that there should be more variety in that meta. And the only classes that play different are something like Stamps Work or some type of off-meta dot build, which are actually relatively strong still, but the reason why those dot builds are even needed is because their class toolkit is lacking. Let me take Stamco, for example. The reason why dot builds work on Stamco is because Blastbone sucks, and that's the only thing that they got. And you don't see many of them, but when you do, they freaking hurt. They do a lot of damage because they're running Blood Craze, they're running that Destro. They may be running a Mythic, I don't know, but they definitely hurt. So I really think that Mythics actually killed diversity in this game more than, really killed PvP more than we like to believe. Because before you had sets like Hulking Draugr, right? That's nothing flashy. It was great for damage and gave you some healing potential, but didn't give you everything you needed. You pick, it's like making a freaking Barbie doll right now in ESO, where you pick your offensive set. You got your rallying cry for your defense and damage. You got your monster set like Battlelord giving you more damage. You got Sea Serpent's Coil, and all of that adds into increasing your healing potential, which further leads down to the healing meta. And wherever there's, I think this is a problem. I really think that people would die more if you didn't have 2 burst heals. I mean, if we're being honest, a DK running Rally and Coag is insane. A Nightblade running Rally in Healthy Offering is insane. I think the hybrid meta has now been felt. I talked about this, talking about the hybrid healing meta, and I think that these issues would not be felt until a long time afterwards. And then where we could really see the implications of all of the changes that they made so rapidly. It was within a 3-month span. 3-6 month span that they changed everything. So I think that that's definitely a big problem. There's a lot of big problems that haven't been talked about in the game that I'm going to be diving into. ESO is my first PvP MMO. Has the gaming culture always been like this? Always zerg down, no honor, or effort, or skill in fighting, or desire to fight, use cheese or exploits? It just depends on who you interact with. Infinity. I would say on PC NA, this is definitely probably it. Especially in Cyrodiil, people just zerg. I mean, it's just the way it is. But I think if you go into more of like on the outskirts, so if you're talking about PvP, and you know there's a keep getting attacked here, there's going to be a lot of zerging in here. But if you're going like, you know, over here or something like that, and you're like blue, you can go to like this resource, something like that, and you can go fight people. You know, there's going to be some more honorable people, and those are called 1vxers, or people that like to play outnumbered. And those people are a little bit more honorable. If you're honorable to them, they'll be honorable to you to some degree. It just depends on who you interact with. It just depends. And you could tell a lot of good people because they jump. Good people jump. Good people jump all the time. It's, I guess, the ADHD or something. Like if you jump, you're automatically like 10% better. Like I bet you one of these guys are gonna jump here in a second. No, they're not gonna jump. Not gonna jump. Interesting. I guess these guys aren't good then. Anyways, but yes, I guess the culture. It just depends, like I said, who you interact with. Honestly. What's up, Loki? How you doing, man? Do you think gaze is still viable on any classes and builds? No. Block is too valuable. Block is too valuable in my opinion. I think when block was bugged, then yes. For like, what was it? 8-9 weeks? Zos creates these problems and then fixes them badly instead of looking at the problem comprehensively. I think so too. Could you do a in-depth video breakdown for certain abilities to block or dodge in the future? I definitely can. I'll write that down. I have a video list. Where's it actually at? What was it? Video ideas or whatever. I can't find it right now. I agree. After playing Samsung with Gaze over a month, I could definitely agree block is better than Gaze. Yeah. Gaze is good, but it's not the end all be all. I'm gonna change to my other build. Because I think it's better for solo. This build's better for group play. I need more CP too. I need to get Engine Guardian for this build to be a little bit better. I'm gonna change to just my conventional Standblade spec. I think Cloak is too good to run to not run on a 600 CP. I just take too much damage without some of the CP slottables. Where's it at? I need to go to PTS. And how you doing, Kfree? I haven't talked to you in a bit, man. How's it going, dude? Did you swap over to PC or are you still on console? So what I changed, or what I want to change, is still the last thing I talked about last stream. Was I need engine on my monster sets, and I liked Order's Wrath. I really did. I think this is probably best in slot because of the healing potential with Rally and all of this. I think if we change from not running Vigor on our front bar, then I like to change this to Stoons, and I like to run Execute here. I think. I think that would be better. I like Order's Wrath with the critical healing. So, but we're running Order's Wrath, Rallying Cry. We like this to be Engine Guardian, and still haven't decided. If I'm running Engine, I'm probably dropping the stamina or mag recovery for more damage. But yeah, it's pretty much the same build. I like Orders and Order's Wrath and Rallying Cry. But I'm also going to test Mars as well. I'm going to test Mars instead of Rallying Cry on the back bar. And also to keep in mind, guys, I don't even have best in slot traits for my Battle Lore. I wish these were heavy on my other spec. Like, I need more heavy armor, more resistances. We take a lot more damage not using Cloak. But this, like, you can't, like, if you're playing ESO, you cannot go wrong with the conventional Sandblade spec. It's literally, it's one of the best. Like, the most nostalgic build that just always performs well. The conventional 2H and bow Sandblade. I have not tried Gourmand yet. I really want to get that. There's a lot of stuff I haven't tried. Just because I haven't been able to play everything. But I think you can only hit 25k bowls on people with Rally or with Sea Serpents. I really think that unless you're going up against the absolute potato, you're not going to hit 25k bow procs without Sea Serpents. I think Sea Serpents and Concealed Weapon are the reason why you can hit 25k spec bows. No, Cypher doesn't play. I've hit some 25k spec bows, but I'm also missing a lot of CP too. Like, this is a lot of damage here with Mighty Hunter weapon damage. Haven't gotten, even Ironclad, but I'll probably even go with something like Wrathful Strikes even, or Backstabber. Yeah, I would say Spec Bow is definitely strong. How would we nerf it? How would we nerf Spec Bow? Because even if you nerf Spec Bow by 10%, those Spec Bows are going to go from 25k. It's obviously going to get some inherent critical damage, because that's definitely not a non-crit. I think a lot of the reason why Spec Bow's hitting so hard, and I'll keep saying this, it's because of the Concealed Weapon buff and the change to Power Extraction. I really think those two things are conflating the issues. To make Spec Bow seem even stronger than it is. Order's Wrath is a really good set. I like it. I don't like it on my conventional Sandblade build though. Pink and I were gonna level, but oh, I'm sorry for your ears. I'm the worst streamer of all time. I'm sorry if I scared you. The worst streamer of all. Sorry. Don't be bad. So the reason why I like Night Mothers is I'm getting more critical damage with this than I am with Order's Wrath. If you had access to Major Breach, Order's Wrath is better. But I don't have access to it because I want my bar space. That's why. Night Mothers is better. Rallying Cry and Stoons, yeah, that's definitely a lot of damage. You can still, we also have to take into account end cap crits, and you get that 20% damage bonus. You're going to be definitely hitting hard. I definitely appreciate the constructive conversation. I think this is nice to have, where even people that can slightly disagree can still agree on something. I think Stoons is a very slept-on set. I gotta be honest. I think with Major Breach and especially the change to Elemental Susceptibility, this is literally one of the strongest skills in the game right now, providing you with that minor, the minor procs. Well, you get Vulnerability, Chilled, and Burning, so you can have a little bit of dot pressure. And then that allows you to get the Major Breach, and then you could also adapt to running different glyphs. I think Stoons is really good. The only issue I have with it is you really need Major Breach from something else. I think Elemental Susceptibility is really overtuned right now. There was no need for that. Like, nobody asked for there to be more pin. It helped PvE, I guess, but not PvP. It negatively impacted it because you deal so much more damage with a guaranteed proc of Vulnerability. But yeah, but Gorman looks pretty good, but also Order's Wrath. The reason why I like Orders, it just depends. It just depends on what your crit chance is too. Really does depend. There's a lot of variables, I will say. Oh, that didn't kill. Oh, I got freaking stunned by the guard C-frag, dude. Oh, that guard C-frag fucked me up, bro. Oh, man, I wish C-frag still done that. It'd probably be one of the best skills in the game. The guard C-frag got me, dude. Oh, man. If I would not get stunned there, I would have survived, because I was about to heal my healthy offering. When's Xbox refresh? Hopefully they said by March. I think it was. Was it March? Just my basic stand blade right now. We swapped. We need some more gear for the hybrid build. We need some Engine Guardian. Were we at Ash? Yeah, we were at Ash, weren't we? What's good, Noah? I've been away from the game for a while. Should I build Glass Cannon or Tanky? You really can have both right now. It's really easy to do both. It just depends on the class you're playing. What's the hybrid? We were using Order's Wrath, Rallying Cry, Sea Serpents. I wish I had Engine Guardian though. I want Engine or Magma, one of those two. I definitely need a little bit more sustain. But that also could be contributed to not having as much CP. I feel like I take way too much damage as well. I wish my traits were better for some of my gear. Yeah, the console community has always been close to my heart. I wish we had a sustained meta like back. I definitely do agree. I wish sustain was harder to come by. I wish it wasn't just slapping on a sustained food and you're good. I think also something else we could talk about is CP. CP is a huge carry. Like I used to not think CP was a huge carry because I was like kind of like lying to myself. But in all seriousness, dude, CP is probably the biggest carry. Almost more important than gear sets. It doesn't mean you can't kill somebody that's higher CP than you, because we obviously shown that not to be true, but CP is a massive carry to overall sustain and damage mitigation. Like, you're talking with all the negative effects on, you could reduce your damage mitigation by 20% with just CP. That's not even including gear sets and stuff as well. But I think CP, I think if there was no CP all the time, if we removed CP from PvP, but kept all the sets, I think PvP balance would be a little bit easier. What's an appropriate CP? I think all slottables is enough to give you some kind of competitive edge, at least to fighting somebody that's higher CP than you. Because then you're just talking about passives of a little bit more max magic, a little bit like 1% more healing, 1% more mitigation. You're not talking about the big slottables. But I guess that's the point of them. What was my favorite patch? If we talk about pure fun, it was definitely when I played Stamden. The first build I made. And I was so nervous about it. It's actually funny to reminisce back on it. Whenever I would like try to record a video, I'd always mess up. It was always weird talking on the mic. I'm still not, I guess I've gotten a lot better at it because I've done it for a long time, but it would always feel awkward to talk into the mic. Like I would actually have to have Pink like in the chat, like I was actually talking to her, explaining the build, because I literally couldn't talk into the mic. It was hilarious. You remember Pink? You remember those days? Oh man, those were the good old days. Actually brings a tear to my eye thinking about it. I'd have like the microphone that was still in the headset, didn't have a standalone mic, so it didn't sound as good. It sounded like it was like all muffled. Yeah, those were the fun days. That was when Reactive was still around. You ran Reactive Trends and Malabeth forever. Yo! Come on, Bell. When I was 190 CP on PC, some other GigaChat stand-in, and I 2v10 some EP at a resource where you got hate whispered and blocked. You can still do well at low CP. That's not to say you can't, but whenever you conflate low CP and also no knowledge about the game, you're really not gonna have a good time. Unpopular opinion, but if Oaken Soul wasn't locked behind paywall and had kept major heroism, Not gonna lie, that was the most fun you had in PvP. I definitely agree. I think Arkansas was a lot of fun to have. Like, it was really a lot of fun. Oh, I'm gonna die here. No, I'm not. Oh, screw your freaking snares. Yeah, I do remember that, Pink. That was funny. Oh, man. I remember the good old days. ESO's still fun, but it's not the same. It's like, I don't know. The nostalgic days, like, it's also when I was, like, a lot younger, too, so. What just healed you, bro? Did DK just heal you? Alright, let's see if we can get a good old 1v4 here. I'm not gonna hit the Warden. He's not worth it. 42k health is ridiculous. I think we can go for you, though. No, you're running away. What's up, Lights? How you doing, man? Good downbreaker there, sir. I'm gonna kill this guard. Yeah, you're gonna leave. You good? You doing all right? Lights out. Hopefully that's going all right, man. Hopefully your day's a little bit better now. Chillax and talk about some dumb ESO game to get your mind off anything that's going on. I think if you don't play ESO during prime time, I think it's a great game. Like if you play ESO before 7:30. You're good. You can have a lot of fun in PvP. Yeah, this has a lot more survivability with Cloak. Because you can, like, juke people with it. That's why I like Cloak. I still wouldn't mind trying to fit in Cloak with my Hybrid Blade, though. May have to drop Rallying Cry for a little bit more max, like, sustain in general. May go Wretched on that build. Wretched Sea Serpents. Could be good. I definitely want a little bit more max sustain. But I want to run a Ice Staff, is the issue. Do you want an opinion for someone who stopped and used in 2016, played Guild Wars 2 in 6 years? Sure. Let me know your opinion. I'm using this food here. Jewels of Mistral. When I streamed from my PlayStation, I had to go to my computer. I had a capture card in my computer. Because funnily enough, when I was playing on my PlayStation, I would be playing on my PlayStation with the hotspot from like Verizon, and I'd have like 20 megabits download and like 2 or 3 uploads. So it wasn't nothing crazy by any means, but it was playable, and that would give me the ability to not lag in PvP. Okay, and then I would be using T-Mobile home internet that I had that was the best at the time. And it would always drop all the time. If you guys remember, if OG's in here, remember my streams, they would drop all the time. I had internet issues, stream frame rate would drop, all this annoying garbage. It was so annoying. I hated it. Eventually moved out and got some good internet, and now I can stream in 2K, have no lag issues at all. It's been an overall blessing. This wouldn't be possible without you guys' support. I mean, to be able to move out on my own and, do YouTube content pretty much full time. I still do my towel business at times, but like that doesn't even come close. There's been so many different stages to be able to produce the YouTube content that I'm doing now. And it almost feels like sometimes, like when I get kind of upset about the games in general, the state of it, where the lag's really getting annoying. I did a few videos talking about the state of the game. I really get irritated because from where I came from to where I am now, it means more because I've put so much effort into doing YouTube content to get to where I am now that it just feels like it's in vain sometimes, where the game's popularity dies down just because the performance isn't good. And where I came from was 2 megabits per second download speed, less than 1 megabyte upload speed when I would play ESO. Couldn't stream because you can't stream at that. I could barely play at that. But that's where I came from. It was like dial-up internet. It was the best that there was. And it's not like I lived in the freaking BFE. Like I literally live like 15 minutes away from the city. It was just on my road that I did not have high-speed internet, and that's been the biggest thing that's held me back forever. And now that I finally have good internet, almost sometimes it feels like was it not just better back then? Sometimes hard to say, because then the game was a little bit more fun, but I don't know. Give you guys a little bit of history lesson on the Godzilla stuff. I know, you remember that? Because I couldn't fight an Opal World. I couldn't do any of that stuff because I lagged my balls off. You remember. You were there. Yo, why is Crit Rush hitting so hard, dude? Performance is not better now, no. It's PC and A is okay until 7:30, and then you gotta go to Blackreach, and if there's no population of Blackreach, you're not getting PvP action at all, so. I hate DKs on this freaking build, dude. I'm so squishy. Oh, they hit so hard. Got him. Oh, guess what? Elements of susceptibility is on my freaking forehead. Guess that DK's still there, huh? DK wants some, dude. Holy man, he is freaking itching for Godzilla meat, bro. Oh man. Is he still there? Oh man. Yes, come over here with your 10k leaps. Oh yes, thank you, sir. Your elemental susceptibility. That's all I got. That's it. I gotta kite this. It just hits too hard. I don't have the survivability for all the dots. I don't. There's a 13k whip or 11k whip, yeah. Yeah, you can piss off with that. Ain't no way I'm doing that as a 600 CP. Bro, dude. I can't. This is my favorite build. Dude, you can't match this movement, dude. Can't. How much hopium to have for next year? Not a whole lot. Man, it is what it is. Bro, why are you in stealth like me? That's not what you're supposed to do. Sit down. Take a seat. Relax. Take a chill pill. Alright. Blue got hammer. Okay. I'm not bashing in between all my I sometimes do herbalist, but not all the time. I do it sometimes, but not all the time. It's mainly just light attack weaving. That's the main thing you want to do. That's the most important. Bash weaving sometimes will run you out of resources a lot faster. You think PC really doesn't lag, Dandy? I disagree, dude. Go to Grey Hills during like 7:30 and tell me you're not lagging a Zerg. Your abilities won't work. I guess we'll go. We shall go to somewhere else. Did the Fire Song DLC come out for console? Yes. It did. Yeah, I think ESO would be a lot further off if performance wasn't as bad. It's just no denying it. ESO would be like, it's already a pillar of the MMO space, but I think it would be bigger than WoW, honestly. I really do. I love this game so much. I think the combat's great. The fact that your skill is rewarded to some degree. Oh, you want me to go to Grey House, Dandy? Oh, man, it's terrible. It's just like console. If you played on console, you know what that's like. It's just like console. It was good there for a little bit, but I think that was also because we weren't playing during prime time. Where like gear is rewarded, I would say ESO is less gear dependent than a game like New World. New World's gear dependent as fuck. Like you can get some purple gear and some gold weapons, and you're chilling on ESO. As long as you're playing like a semi-competent class and kind of know what you're doing, you could do. I never golded out of the gear set until Pink forced me to one time. You want to see it? I'm having a good stream right now, so I don't think I can force myself to go to Grey Hills right now. If this is flagged, if this gets unflagged by the time we get down there, and we get no fights, I'll go to Grey Hills for you. Is BR at least playable? It is playable, but the issue is there's none in the population. It's just like the problem was on console whenever I left. Is the only time that PvP actually is popping is on Friday nights in Blackreach. Other than that, you gotta do BGs, and BGs are another fuckery of its own. Like you have, it's AIDS. BGs are AIDS. Like this, but if this gets unflagged and we don't get any fights, I'll go to Grey Hills and check it out and show you. Yeah, Pink forced me to gold out a gear set, or gold out my DK gear, because I'd always would duel, and I think that's really important. I know maybe the dueling scene on PC is a little bit different, but on console it was a tight-knit community on PS4 and A, and the dueling scene is a little bit toxic at times, sure, because you had, oh, is Godzilla's Templar better than Dove's? Who knows? And it was just basic tribalism going on, where if you're Team Godzilla or Team Dove, if you guys remember that beef. But dueling, I think, is the reason why I'm good at PvP. I think dueling teaches you way more because you don't rely on anybody else. It's mano a mano, one person versus one person. Why do I think it's toxic? I think BGs, I don't mean like toxic as in like teabagging toxic. What I mean toxic by is, it's not an enjoyable experience where you have freaking CC spam. Like, sure, if you're running in a group, it's okay. Can I not end cap? Alright, gotta go here. I gotta get away from these guards, actually. Let's go this way. Yeah, I think definitely the Templar is the most extinct spec. Oh, is that Zon on the DK? You're a freaking gnarly man. Oh, you're a tank. The maneuverability on Nightblade is just unmatched, especially in key fights and stuff. DK just hit so hard, dude. I'm dead. There's no way I can survive. How much are those whips? 6k? Venom Claw? Yeah, there's nothing you can do. Are you teabagging me? 40k health? You can't survive, like, on this build. You can't survive against DKs. Any type of semi-damaging DK with any type of coil, whatever, it doesn't matter. You're just gonna get shredded. We have... How much resistance do we even have? We have 23k in our back bar. Interesting. Wow, I feel like I'm way squishier than my other build. Even, but I guess that's rallying cry, right? Oh man, that's funny, huh? I feel squishier on this build because I'm not running rallying cry. Huh? I wonder how that works. Oh man, that's funny. Oh, there's a 23-minute queue. This is the problem. This is another problem I see with the game. This right here. There is a 32-man queue into Greyhost. Yeah, Blackreach can barely get 2 bars. That's another problem. Big problem, I think. Because you just sit there and wait for a queue, right? You go in and lag your balls off. But then Blackreach barely has any succulence of any population whatsoever. Like, it's freaking like it's of need of people to fight, where it's not just one blue versus 15 reds. One little Nightblade against 15 reds with tanks, right? Like, why don't all these ball groups go to Blackreach? Because they're freaking. Oh, we just fight Zergs. Ball groups are just the best players of all time. And I think ball groups. I mean, I'm victim of this to some degree. I don't feel like fighting the tankiest player all the time. That's not the most enjoyable thing to watch, to have a stalemate all the time. But what ball groups do is they have a group of 12, and they freaking just Zerg surf the freaking 100 CPs that go into PvP trying to get their PvP rewards. And they just literally send in a tower and will ulti dump, proxy dead, rapid radiant regeneration spam, rallying cry wearing, dark convergence using pestilent colossus, weird stuff, all of the freaking level 100 CPers, and think they're the mightiest of mighty players. That's the heat that's coming at the ball groups. I'm talking about all this stuff, dude. Talk about all the problems with the game. Now you can play in a ball group if you want. I'm not saying you can't, but I just think it's yeah, ball groups are cringy. I will say it too. I don't care. They lag the game. They cause more problems than are good for the game. Like, they don't really siege. They're just trying to draw a large amount of people to go fight for them to zerg down with their coordinated stuff, and that's fine if you want to do that. Not saying it's bad by any means, but I definitely don't find that playstyle enjoyable, where you're just zerg surfing over somebody with coordinated stuff, and there's no and it's the fact that it's not even like there's a difference between running a solo-ish type of build or a small-scale type of build versus running a 40k health radiant regeneration spamming build. There's a complete difference, and all those guys typically will have 40k health, all running spamming radiant regeneration, 2 healers, dark convergence, stam sork, NK spamming, all that stuff. Like, whenever when it's ball group v ball group, that's fine because they're playing on a level playing field. But when it's a random Zerg versus ball group coordination, it's sure it can. It's enjoyable to watch to some degree. Whenever it's like a crazy amount of people, whenever it's like 12 people versus the entire server, I could see it. But when it's literally ulti dumping 3 people whenever you have 12, that's the difference of zerging. It's not you're the one zerging at that point because you're coordinating your ults on freaking little nine blades that don't even know anything. And that ultimately just leads to people stacking even more and more health whenever you have ball groups. But that's just my opinion. I think a lot of that comes from just experience, Hood. I think, because I can survive against a Zerg up to a certain extent. If there's anybody that hits really, really hard, like a DK, you're dead anyways. There's really nothing you can do about it because they're gonna spam flashlights on you. But a lot of it comes down to experience, being able to survive, and how to. You gotta bait people if you're solo. I think a lot of it just comes down to a mentality, but also you have to show people the way. And some people may not want to indulge in that because they don't have enough time to get good or whatever, and they want to zerg. That's fine. That's up to them. But zerging is the one way that leads you to not being a good player. Zerging makes you worse, not better. Because it makes you rely on other people. If you want to get better at PvP, you need to go find a resource and hold it until you die. And you need to find every way possible to survive. And that I don't care if you run broken sets or not, because I run the most powerful sets. I'm not going to get myself. Dueling is also another way to get better, especially if you have somebody that's equal skill level, so you can kind of grow and you can like replicate a playstyle. I think that's one of the most important things. Also, is like if you see like my Nightblade that you like, what you want to do is watch my gameplay and you want to replicate that. You want to replicate kind of how I play. If the playstyle that I or any other content creator plays. Sure, it's easier to zerg, but I think I don't zerg in New World. I think it's also a mentality of just how you like to play the game too. I think it's also that, and it's also culture too. Like all the people that zerg me down, that are like spamming all their bow attacks, that don't know what the heck is going on. Whenever I'm, this is the fear factor that you have on a 9-blade. Is you have the ability to come around a corner, put your shade down, you have somebody chasing you, and you go into cloak. They don't know where you're at. I could keep running. I could come back. I could kite back. Typically what I do is if I see somebody that's under 30k health that I know is probably not the best player, and if I'm getting zerged down, I'm going to cloak, pop around, hit him with the end cap. Light attack, surprise attack. Their health is 90% gone. And I hit him with the light attack, roll out to execute, and they're done. And then guess what? I'm back in the shadows. You can't find me. Yeah, sure, you can say that's a pussy way to play, but I'm the one getting zerged down. You don't have to chase me. I'm using every ounce of everything I can to win in an outnumbered situation. Because it's just me. And maybe 2 other people. I'm not having a group of healers. Group of rapid regen, radiant regen spammers. What's the Q at? 25. Let's check out IC. I think IC may be popping right now, actually. I think this... So, if I'm being honest, like Hybrid Blade, I think is better for group play. And more like, 2 to 3 man groups. While this Stand Blade build is just purely the best you can do on a solo spec. It's literally it's the best because of cloak. Just because of cloak. Yo, Vex, thanks for the sub, man. I don't know if that's actually the real Vex or the fake Vex, or well, actually the real one that actually unsubbed to me. I don't think that's Vex, the one on ESO. At least I don't think. I doubt it. Because there's multiple people named Vex. %. I actually tell you guys an old story. You guys know Ness? You guys know Nesquik? Well, he was actually called Nesquik Kid. There was a group of them that used to play in the sewers. OG Cello. I was like 100 CP. I was a sewer rat all the way back in freaking 2016 ES, 2015 ES, or 2016. Whenever Imperial City came out. 2017, I don't remember exactly when. They were running a group of Reds in the sewers. And I actually grouped up with him. That was the first time I actually interacted with him. I was not that good of a... I was not great. I was still learning the game, but they were like... They were way higher level than me. They had all the best in slot gear, pretty much. And I was like, man, these guys are so cool. This is the first experience I had in the sewers where I actually grouped up with them. And I was playing my Khajiit Nightblade. And at the time, I didn't know that was probably the best in slot race. At least now it is, but back then it wasn't. And I actually grouped up with him in Imperial City and actually, you know, slapped some kids around and actually gave him a first taste of ball group PvP. And it was fun for a minute, but then I got to being a little bit better, and I always wanted a little bit more of a challenge. There was like a group of like 6 of them versus, you know, the whole IC population. Ness probably doesn't remember, but I don't know if he's doing YouTube content or not, but those guys are like freaking decked out from the coolest gear, had all the Lich gear and all that stuff that, like, you know, I didn't have access to. I didn't even probably know what it was at the time, but I thought it was cool. The good times. Rav is really good. Those are all really good. Those guys have been playing the game since I have. Hood. So like, don't take any offense if you get X by them. Honestly, they're really good players. So it's not like I remember those guys from console. I used to play on PlayStation NA. Yeah, I wouldn't really worry about like dying to those guys, dude. Like, those are probably some of the top players on console. On console lag, 100%. I don't know Psycho. I know Raph though. I think he was actually used to be in that group with OG Stello, actually. OG Stello and Ness back in the day. I don't know Psycho. I don't know him. Maybe he name changed from something else. Plague Break needs a nerf before anything else. How so? What's broken about Plague Break? Oh, that just hurts, dude. DK's just freaking melt me, man. Oh, that hurts. That's just so much damage, dude. Nothing I can do. Absolutely nothing. 10k whips. All the defense. I'm just gonna get bursted. DK just absolutely melt me. DKs just absolutely melt me. I mean, there's just nothing about it. I didn't know he had a leap, but I was about to go for a spec bow on him. Yeah, there's literally nothing I could do. I'll take those stones. Don't mind if I do there, sir. Yeah, that's nice. Thank you, sir. Getting rolled. Interesting. I wasn't getting rolled. I just bursted the guy that killed me. I mean, it's okay to die in video games. People do realize that, right? Like, I'm not playing an unkillable god mode, most survivable 9-blade. I'm playing 600 CP with a sustain set and a damage set. Chino's really good too. I used to play with Chino. Okay, I could definitely agree with Plague Break not proccing off of ads. That's kind of busted. I don't know Psycho though. I don't know who that is. I really don't, if I'm being honest. I've played on console basically my whole life. These guys got some stones, though, I will say. This stamp sword gets hard, too, I think. No, this may be a different one. Give that man some help. He's only 700 CP. I got you, bro. You guys can get him. I believe in you. I don't even know what these bow sorks are using. Like, actually, man. These guys are absolutely just melting. Well, I guess it's probably also on the 9-blade. Yeah, there's a 10.5k whip. Are you really teabagging me, bud? Okay. No, it's not even 10.5. It's a 13k whip. I mean, like, if you don't die to 5 people killing, like, attacking you, then I think it's easy enough to really say. How do I feel about heal scaling? I think it's just because damage is so easy to come by. That's why. I don't even think heal scaling is necessarily an issue. I know if I don't kill that mag sork. Is that a mag sork? I don't even know what that is. I know if I don't kill the 344 mag sork, he's going to be teabagging for years. He definitely has to be a transfer or something with these guys. I have to catch him when he goes through a door or something. Or he doesn't have his whole Zerg just to turn around and leap me. But I think damage stacking is the problem, not necessarily heal scaling. It's just the ease of stacking so much damage so easily. That's where the problem lies with. I also need to get a bomber too. See, that's exactly what's going to happen to me. Exactly. These guys just get leaped and fossilized immediately upon coming out. Okay, there he is. He's a teabagger. I guess he's teabagging everybody then. He's right there. Oh, you're so low. Oh, he was 2 HP, dude. 2 HP. Now watch the whole Zergs. The whole Zerg's gonna come over here. Watch. Exactly what I said. Yep. Exactly what I said. He's definitely a transfer. Teabag time? I'm curious. Are you with these guys, Star? I'm curious. Just a question. Because you only came in just recently. What's our Q at, anyways? Just curious. I can't even move that thing up. There it goes. 15 Q, jeez. I'm not pressed. I'm just asking if you are with those guys. That's all I was asking. Good arcs. I was trying to find some stones. Grayos is 13. I guess they settled out the depot. I don't even know who that is. Brazilian Magzork mate, so he's from... Well, I guess he's not from EU then. I don't know who he is. I can see why he's been banned. Don't even know the guy. He deserves me down in teabags. And then, like, I almost kill him with a Zerg around. He undoes and then the whole Zerg chases. So I could definitely tell why he probably got bagged. Or got banned. You think I could squeeze enough damage out Rallying Cry and Trigger with Bowlers on dual hybrid DK? Yeah, it's the... Well, I mean, people play like that on console too, so it's not that big of a deal. But like, I mean, if you're gonna bag, okay, at least like, I'm 600 CP, he was 300 CP, so we're a lot closer than somebody with, you know, 2k CP on a DK. So like, if the DK bagged me, I'd been like, all right, cool, you know, fine, whatever. But like, you can get banned for teabagging, actually. If they ask you to stop and you keep doing it. Because, yeah. We all know that from Solman's. And especially if you have prior offenses, too, they really take that into consideration. Yeah, that's definitely smoker vibe. Exactly what I was probably going to say. Like, I don't know. It just... If you're a good player, you know, like, at least, I guess it's maybe because I'm a YouTuber and I'm supposed to be a little bit different, and I guess there's clout to be had, like, oh, killed Godzilla and teabagged him. But, like, you know, it is what it is. All right. Like, there's this guy on console named Smoker Join, whatever. And, I mean, he's a good player. Like, the issue is like, these players are, like, actually decent. Like, I don't know how, I don't even know this Diaki guy or whatever he's talking about. I've never even heard of him in my life. But, what's I saying? Smoker Join was his name on console. He's a good player. He played DK, he played a few other classes. Him and like Sakaru and a few console people, and especially in IC. These guys loved IC, dude. But like, it's fine if it goes back and forth. But whenever I'm playing solo and Sakaru or, you know, all of his group, you know, 5-6 people's there, and they just keep zerging you down and then they just bag you, it's just like, yeah, that's cool and all. But like, if it was actually more of a fair fight, it would be a lot easier to actually do something. But whenever you have so much pressure from, like, you know, 5-6 people, you know, take it for what you will on a squishy stand blade. I'm not going to survive. I mean, I'm getting melted by the other DK. That DK is probably a lot better than that Sork. Just from the sheer standpoint of he just hits harder. And I'm super squishy. Especially on Nightblade against DK. I don't know, it's just kind of like, if you're a good player, you should kind of respect decent players. Like, I don't teabag anybody that doesn't deserve it. What were you running again? Rallying Cry? Let me scroll back up here real quick. Oh, for sure. I definitely agree, Rampage, but like the thing is it's like, it's not even diminishing my experience. Like, I can just leave. It's not that big of a deal. It's really not. Susan damage Rallying Cry and Trickery with Balors and dual wield hybrid DK. You might be able to. You need Sea Serpents though. Probably. Like, I don't care to die. Like, if I'm getting 1v5 against decent players, you're not winning that. I don't care who you are. Unless you're Imp. Okay? If you're going up against semi-competent players, and I could tell those guys were because they were farming in the sewers. Okay. As soon as I seen them, I was like, yeah, these guys are probably in a group. Because you could just tell. You could tell. You can get the vibes. The jump around, they're probably decent. I mean, you just can. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't care if you're on, like, yeah, maybe it'll survive a little bit longer on another class, but you're not going to win a 1v5 against semi-decent players. Like, I don't even care if they teabag me or not, or how toxic they want to be. But you're just not going to, and to say that, oh, you get rolled or whatever like that, like, you know, man, it wouldn't be much different if the roles were reversed. Next time you get Zerg, you should get a group from here. I also think I'd like to do like a community night or something like that. Just like roll around in a Zerg. Like not like going sweaty with it. I don't want that type of vibe. Like I don't want you guys running all Rallying Cry ball group builds. I just want you guys to play normal 1vx build and just go lock down a you know, something like the bridge, for example. You know, like lock down the bridge and hold that down to where, you know, we can kind of attract some fights. I mean, it's not ball grouping. It's just you know, maybe spread out a little bit. You know, fight a whole bunch of people. Not like necessarily like trying to you know, ball group. Just play some like Nightblade or whatever. Can we do a bridge close for construction night? It'd be pretty interesting. I would just get pissed off whenever lag would hit though. That's the issue. I'd probably want to leave. I've not came across Crispin yet. I don't know who that is. I may have, I just don't know. I miss the old school days of dueling in Imperial City. Those were the unmatched days of unwritten rules of PvP. Jump to start, no interrupting the duels. All the duelers would come over there and just slap all the Zergs that would come over there and act like they're gonna do something. And all the duelers would like roll a group of like, it would be blues, reds, and yellows all uniting to just kill the Zerglings that were kept on messing the duels. Those are the good days. Like, I'm not gonna Zerg this guy. Like, what's the point? What's the point? There's already 2v3, 2v4. Like, I'm not adding any to that. Like, sure, I could Zerg him down. Like, if now one of those guys were the guys that teabag me, you damn right I'm gonna go chase him. He did the same thing to me. I'm gonna teabag him and then leave the other guys to fight for themselves. But yeah, I think there's different status, there's different codes and different ways you act. I guess just based on your experience and just overall how you. I think to some degree, the way you act in the game kind of does conflate to your real life to some degree. Because like if you just teabag and just act toxic all the time, not just like for people who deserve it. Like if somebody did nothing to you and then you bag them, that's a little bit, you know, sus. But if they like played a little bit cheesy on you, then yeah, sure. And it's just fun banter at that point. But if it's like, you know, there's different levels to it, I guess. If that makes sense. Oh, and here we have, yo. Okay. This is gonna go in my ball group video, guys. This is gonna go in my ball group video. And here we have the ball group. What was that? And here we have the ball group in its natural habitat, all stacking on top of each other. Stack on crown is what they're saying in chat right now. Stack on crown, stack on crown. All right, radiant regeneration. Proxy that on 3. I need it. Proxy it on 3. 1, 2, 3. Wall is at. What's the percent? I can't see it. Wall is down. Everybody proxy up. Alright, they got the beam of light on them too. They're freaking all going in with that shit, dude. All going in. Radiant regeneration. Everybody go to back flag. Everybody go to back flag. All of them go to back flag. Oh, now they're going upstairs. They're gonna go kill the siegers. Alright, proxy up. Everybody, oh, spin. Oh, let's go, dude. You got Pestant Claws, 4 reds. Oh no, there's 15 blues, all with barrier this time. Let's go, dude. Let's go, man. Oh man, you guys are great. Oh, this is that guy. Wait, where's he at? Oh, he was right there. That was. Oh man. Oh man, I wish there was area chat in this game, bro. Oh, that'd be so funny. So I'm not even gonna kill the Duraki guy or whatever his name is. I'm just gonna go bag him. Let's go, bro. You guys did great this. Yeah, let's go, dude. Man. Specimens acquired, dude. These are their ball group of their natural habitat, bro. It's always a good time to come back. Just don't play ESO past 7:30 and primetime Grey Host. Exactly, that's the big problem with ball grouping is these guys zerged up a keep, which sure, granted, Blackreach doesn't have much population anyways, so you have to kind of run a ball group. These were actually probably the imp group, to be honest. They're trying to push for imp, and these guys are like thinking they're like their shit don't stink. These guys are like, oh, we're the best players of all time, dude. We're literally the gods of ESO. Alright, everybody proxy up. Stack on crown. Like, guess the alright. Clear comms. Alright, we got 5 reds up top. Like you're doing the stupid radio stuff where it's just gameplay. It's like, oh, there's no, and the jokes that are had are like after all the zergs have gone off. There's nobody to fight. Yeah, I've been out of PlayStation since October. How do you counter a ball group? You don't go with the Zerg. They only stack on numbers. When they see other alliances, they literally just stack on that and spam all their AoEs. Steel Tornado, Dark Convergence, Destro ulti, all that. But also Occult Overload was a good counter to bomb the. But you're not gonna. Look at these guys. Okay, 32 KL, 34 KL. All these guys have minimum 30. Minimum 30. Oh, here's that guy right here. All right, I'm just zerging him down. That's it. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Oh, my foot slipped. My bad. Sorry, bud. See, now it's done. I got him back. So. Now watch him hate wisp for me. That'd be funny. Watch him hate wisp for me. I'm gonna get the one more Q to Grey House and then we're leaving. Yo, the Zerg still. I'm not even gonna come over here and kill the guy. I'm just gonna team. Oh man, it's just funny how the roles are reversed. That's hilarious. Oh man. Oh, whoops. didn't even attack him, just debagged him. I guess he's making a reputation, I guess, for people then, huh? Sergio doesn't like him either. I guess nobody likes that guy. I guess he's made a little reputation. I guess it's not just me. Oh man, that's funny. Why did that change? Because PC performance was promised to be better when it actually wasn't. But also I got to interact with other content creators on PC as well. I didn't even tag him. I just went over there and bagged him. Alright, Dandy, you want to know if how the lag was, right? About to find out. Was the wait worth it? Like, I don't even have a problem getting Zerg down. Just keep going. Like, that's what pisses me off the most is, like, if somebody doesn't even kill you, they don't even attack you. They just come to teabag you and that's it. That'll get you. That'll get you going. Usually just disconnect from the server when they're close to a ball group. Yeah, it's pretty rough sometimes. All right, here do we have? Oh, this is a Zerg, not a ball group, dude. Oh, I don't know. Is that a ball group? Bro, they're dying, dude. Bro, ball group v ball group. Yo, blue ball groups, freaking wrecking, bro. Yo, chill, bro. What you doing, man? Bro, all right. Let's see. There's the echoing vigor from Mr. Jourdain. I like to see it. I like to see it. How much health you guys got? Just curious. Health check. 31, 33, 30. How much we got going on here, fellas? What's the health check we're doing here? How much you got, bro? You got... What you doing there, little Nightblade? 32, 34. 36! Oh, man, we got a health check going, man. They're freaking beefy enough. Alright, this is our job right here. This is our job. Our job is to get all the Zergling, or the snipers. We're protecting the group. Oh, man. Oh, this lag is oh. Oh, man. Oh, this is so bad. I didn't press any abilities yet. Oh, this is so bad. Look at my ping. 200? Gross. Look at my ping. 195. 123 now. My job is to burn camps. Alright, that's the only thing that works. Kind of. Dude, I had 200 ping. Alright. I'll show you. Okay, if you look down at the bottom of my screen when I'm pressing my abilities, they don't go off. They don't. Right now it's okay. No, that wasn't. I shot my spec bow. Nice. Job is the stealth and res, exactly. Oh, we got the freaking radiant regenerators over here. We got another ball group in their natural habitat, all using combustion. I like to see it. Or is he using the skill that reduces your health to get magic back? That's definitely his early move with 35k health. Who would use that? Like sacrificing your health for magic? That is not a non-ball group build. You literally are relying on other people. We have all of the radiant regeneration spammers going in the background. Mr. Slippy Me Bop. Oh, he's definitely a ball grouper right here. All these guys they're rolling in their radiant regenerations, man. They're chilling over there, dude. Now we have a counter offensive by their blues. They are all stacking. They all have Gossamer on. That's another 20% AoE mitigation. Definitely the only damage that ball groups have is AoE. That's the only thing they believe in. That's the only thing, that's their holy trinity in the Bible. Is radiant regeneration, all negates dark aversions. That's all their holy trinity, man. Oh, he's dying. He needs some heals. You need to give him those radiant regenerations. We have a bash spammer in there with a counter offensive. We got a blue down here. Oh, he's up though. They got Kaganax. He's up. Oh man, this is definitely a great fight here. Keep on with the equilibrium. We have Mr. Saram here. He is definitely not part of that ball group. He is running snipe. That is not condoned in this type of ball group. Warden, Necro, or nothing. That is the only classes that are allowed in ball groups. They're all stacking. They're doing a great job. They're all using their springs. Oh, he just did a bomb on 3 people. Let's go, dude. Did you see that, bro? They lured them around the corner with 12 people, and 3 of them came along and literally just blew them up with all of their ultimates. That is impressive. Absolutely the most mind-boggling thing I've ever seen before in my life. This blue group is definitely a ball group. Definitely. They always got their steel tornadoes. They're just hitting those heavy restos, man. They're going to spam that radiant regeneration. Oh, this is the greatest fight I've ever seen. It's pretty even right now, I'm not going to lie. But over there, just a second ago, that was like 3v12. They're popping their barriers. They got the talons going. They got the spin to it. They got him down. Let's go. Oh, the yellows are coming in with a counter offensive with their Destro ultis and spin to win. They need to heal. Keep spamming their radiant regenerations, bro. They got some talons going down to snare them a little bit. Them yellows need some heals. Need to hit them radiant regenerations, bro. Come on. Come on, guys. I don't know. I think it's benefiting the blues right now a little bit more. They popped the negates. They got all their healing on the ground with combustion. They're all stacking on crown, dude. These blues are just stacking on crown. Holy man, they are literally in calms. They're profusely sweating on the mic. This guy's definitely not part of the ball group. He's definitely a bomber, I would like to say. You know, he's got like Echoing Vigor. That's definitely ball group behavior. That is ball group behavior, 100%. Earthcore procs immediately. Ball group behavior. He is definitely not a solo build. Look at him go. These ball groups are now reconvening. They are reorganizing. They are all reorganizing. I need to get back into the action here. We can get back to the action. Sorry, fellas. Did the ball groups decide to give up on each other? They're tired of slugging it out like heavyweights? No, they're going back at it again. There's a Colossus on the ground. They got all their rallying cry going. They're stacking on crown. Look at that. Oh, they got siege shield, bro. Oh, they're probably running that set that gives them resistances, which is actually ingenious to the ball group. Literally saves, man. Oh, did they just... Oh, they jump with standard. Oh, they just bursted 3 or 4 of them, dude. Let's go, bro. These guys are cracked, man. Cracked. all the proxies. How much health? 33, 36, 39, 40? Man, these guys are freaking legit, dude. All got the Warden HP buff. Oh, these are my idols, man. Oh, man. Nah, I'm not a role player. This is just funny. Alright, they're stacking back up, bro. They're going at it again. They're heavyweights. They're just slugging it out. They got the proxy, got the Dark Emergence. Oh, the Colossus. Is it gonna get him? Oh, I got a few. Let's go, bro. Let's go, dude. Alright, now it's a little bit more... It's pretty even still. These blues are tight-knit, dude. Like peanut butter and jelly is what these blues are right now. They're stacking and racking. I mean, if performance doesn't work, then I guess you can commentate this stuff. It's the best thing I can do, right? These guys cause all the lag, so I can only throw it. Let's go, dude. Did you see that? Did you see that? We need to play-by-play replay on that, dude. They literally Dark Convergence, 2 of them, sucked them in there, and just ulti dumped. I mean, there's nothing you can do about that, bro. That's literally ingenious gameplay. Oh, we got a dead blue here, Mr. Liquid Hate, H2O. He hates H2O. Interesting there, sir. I'll get you with the res. Just give me a second, man. Oh, you've already rezzed the camp. They already stacked on camp, dude. Oh, bro, these guys are freaking OG players, dude. Look at them. Look at them go. All the radiant regenerations, all the heal stacking. It is literally too much for the yellows. Oh, they're going to go for a burst. Oh, they're going to get him with standard. Oh, man. They got him, man. They got a counter convergence coming in. Can they survive? They're doing very well. Very well against these yellows. They do have the yellow keep just right down there, so they're not doing too shabby. This is definitely favoring the yellows now a little bit. They are stacking on crown. They're going for 3. Let's go, dude. Did you see that? They just ulti dumped 3 people. They are the freaking greatest players of all time, man. All time, dude. They literally just ulti dumped on 3. I mean, that's literally ingenious gameplay. Ingenious gameplay. They 12 versus 3 in a situation of 2 seconds, and that's all that matters. These guys are literally healers. Oh, they got a negate. Can they get him? These yellows are packing now, dude. These guys gotta watch out. These yellows are mad. They've been getting farmed for about 5 minutes now. They're coming in with a death roll. They got some negates coming. They're pushing them back to the outpost. What can the yellows do now? Oh, they're coming over there. Oh, but, oh, they get bursted. Oh my goodness, that was a wombo combo. Did you see that? Did you see that? 6, 7 yellows are down. That was a good play right there. That is really good. All using Gossamer with Echoing Vigor, Powerful Assault, Transmutation, every buff under the stun. They're running the set that gives them resistances from using a Siege Shield. These guys are legit freaking amazing, dude. These guys are the best ball groups I've ever seen before in my life. Okay, I'm done. Holy, dude. And that is a ball group in their natural habitat. The idea of a ball group is Dark Convergence, attack 2 people, repeat. Dark Convergence, attack 2 people, and repeat. That's it. That's all you gotta do, man. These yellows don't want no more. They don't want no more smoke from those blues, man. Now it's my time to shine. It's my time to shine now. It's my time to shine now, boys. Yeah, I ain't a ball group, but I'll peel back your hairline real quick. Grayos works outside of the ball groups. We gotta stop the reinforcements from coming through. Where are they going anyways? Why are they going over this way for? Well, I guess they're going maybe to the outpost. Yo, they're waiting, dude. They ball grouping it up. All right, we gotta counter the ball group. We have to pick off a few of them. Oh, this guy looks like a Lone Ranger. This guy looks like a... Oh, they're coming back, dude. You chew. All right. Oh, you're dead. Minimum 40k health. In ball groups, that's a minimum. It's my time to shine, boys. Yeah, you get to ball group me down now, dude. Gotta chase me. Alright, we can cut up there on that rock a little bit real quick. Oh, nice bowl to you there, sir. Oh, you guys get to practice now on me. Oh, they got the chains. Got the roots. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead. Radiant. Let's go, dude. Congratulations. Man, I just didn't have enough radiant regenerations, dude. Guess I gotta get more. Yeah, it's not so bad. That was definitely... I mean, I'm just kind of joking, just memeing it, but... That would look like ball group be ball group for a minute, but there was a lot of stragglers of yellows. Here's what's going on over here. They gotta go camp down. You definitely know there's a ball group. If there's a camp in the middle... Oh, what do we got going on here? Ooh. These guys are Xers. Nah, these guys are Xers. These guys are Xers against ball groups. This is what I like. This is the stuff that I'm in right here. Xers against ball groups. This is Xers, bro. I could see it. They have the Xer vibes. Nah, this ball group's too strong, man. They all got proxies, dude. Revealing flares. Good job, dudes. You could tell these guys are... Look at the barriers, man. Oh, that's just sick. He's immediately back up to full health after getting absolutely just deleted. He's a bomber. Oh. Rip. So exactly... exactly what I said, dude. They just focus down the one player, one or two people at a time. But like, I don't know. Ball groups are just funny. I get it's using the tools in the game, but it's just like a... When you have... It's too much like PvE. Too much like PvE. Like if you can't, like... hold your own to some degree, like actually have self-healing and survivability, it just feels weird. I don't know. It feels way too much like PvE. Like you're DPSing a trial boss. That's really all it is. Like look at this, look at this. It's 1v12 with 17 healers. No, my bad. 3v12, sorry. That is not engaging PvP. All proxy deading up, all hitting their singular AoEs on one or two blues. Like, that's hilarious. 38k health, 35k health. We gotta find a squishy one. Where's that? This guy looks kind of squishy. He's got echoing vigor on though. Look at him, dude. Look at this guy. He has no concept on what to do at all except to run to his Zerg. Look at that, man. And they're all dark convergencing. Literally, he's bash spamming. He has no idea how to play the game. He just, help me, help me. He has no idea how to play the game. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be mean to that guy, but he doesn't. He just gets carried by a group just because he has 38k health. We need to find that bomber. He's the squishiest one there. They're 3v or 1v12ing. That's a bomber right there. This is the bomb group match. So these guys weren't necessarily like there wasn't a blue ball group here. These guys have just been farming 3 people for the past 20 minutes. Oh man. Now watch. What does he do? What's he do? Help, I need help. What's he do? Run back to the Zerg. Runs back to the Zerg. Help, I'm getting gangs, help. Help. That need a Zerg one guy down, help. Like, I'm not, like, calling these guys out. This is just the mentality. I guess what you can kind of describe. Like, if this is the way you want to play, great. By all means, echoing vigor, regeneration spam. Do your thing, bro. But that is very interesting way to play. You're not like you're sieging nothing. You're ulti dumping. Oh no, you didn't hit a meteor on them. Alright guys, we have 4 Night Blades. There is 4 Night Blades in the back spamming snipe. We need to regroup and scale back. Alright, we got 5 or 6. We got 5 or 6 Night Blades. Not running any type of group utility. They're all just gankers. It's gankers versus ball groups. Bro, that needs to be like a series. We need to have like a series of this on my YouTube where we would like, it's like monks versus like the deadliest warrior type stuff, and like we get like tanks versus gankers and just fight stuff out in PvP and just commentate over it. That sounds hilarious, dude. Like talk about the prehistoric days of the tank meta and like the gear sets and whatnot. Holy, this is what I get to do with my time when ESO's lagging and Blackreach has no population, so I just follow around a ball group all day and just commentate over it, man. Like, okay, there's no reason for these guys to be kiting this much and ulti dumping on 3 people. That is literally the most cringiest. I'm sorry, that's cringe. You're literally ulti dumping on 3 people. Negates too? My goodness, you guys are freaking thirsty for AP. I can give you a drink if you need some. So, what did I say? 51k health? My goodness. We gotta chase around these guys, dude. We gotta keep up with these guys. They're gonna go to the outposts. They're gonna try to. So this is the ideology of the ball group. We didn't pull enough at this outpost, so let's go take the other one. We can't take the main outpost because that's not a good idea. We got to pull all of the trash 100 CP players to this outpost because it's under attack and we need to defend it. So We can't take the main one because we're obviously not good enough, right? Can't actually do functional PvP of taking castles and stuff. You got to take this one over here. It does nothing. Oh, it's providing reinforcements is what they're going to say. Oh, it's providing reinforcements to Brindle. Oh, this is too fun, dude. I'm actually having fun right now, to be honest, commenting this. Are they going? No. Are they? Oh, yeah, exactly what I said, guys. Exactly what I said. Did I not say that? I said they're going to go over here to try to block off the reinforcements to kill the 3 Nightblades popping out of stealth. Now watch. Heals, fam. Alright, come on over here, Sorky Porky. Now let's watch. How many people are going to chase? Just one? You're brave. You're brave. When you catch a Zergling, not in the group, that's what happens. Now they're going to go put down a camp because I'm not going to let them res. I will die on their body before I let them res. Now, oh, we got 3. We got, oh, they call out Charlie and Timmy and Jimmy. We got a heal stack and Warden. All right. Oh, they called out 4. Oh no. What are we gonna do? They're gonna ulti dump Dark Convergence to me. Nice, fellas. Nice. Good job. Very engaging gameplay. Oh, I love it. Oh yeah. Give me some more. See, I'm doing my job right now. I'm slowing down the Zerg from getting in, kind of. Earthgore. Exactly how I described it. Did I not describe it? I know what these guys are going to do before they do it. And now watch, they're going to come outside. I actually need to get inside real quick, if I can. If I can make it back here in time. Oh, interesting. One person? Uno persono. One. Dark Convergence negate. I can't. This is just too funny to me. The mentality of the ball group player is just so funny. I can't. This is hilarious to me. It's just too funny. I'm literally having too much fun right now, guys. And they get all that for half of a Alliance point. And the funny thing is they defended a Brindle, but if they actually would have came to Brindle instead of going to Karmala, they would have actually have. Who is this? Are you a part of a? You're. Oh, why are you running Rapids? That's definitely a Zergling type of move. Rapids is not used anymore. They defended Karmala. Wait, you're gonna go to the... No, they defended Brindle. Yo, did the blue ball group pull up at Karmala? Did the ball group pull up at Karmala? Bro, we gotta get there. We have 140 ping out in the middle of nowhere. It's good stuff, man. We gotta get back over there at Karmala, dude. If it's ball group v ball group and that Zerg's just bigger. Oh man, I feel bad for these guys. This is what I'm gonna start doing. Instead of trying to PvP and trying to like actually get competent PvP, I'm just gonna find a ball group and follow that ball group around until they're dead. I'm at 145 ping right now. There's definitely a ball group going up here, dude. Definitely just fat ball groups. They just wouldn't have been defended this long. They were already flipping it. Dude, did they wreck him, bro? Did they get him, bro? Oh, I gotta go catch the dead bodies real quick for the video. Oh, let's make it. Did they get killed? They get ball grouped. The ball group got ball grouped. Are they outside? No, did they just flag it? Bro, these guys are ingenious, dude. Oh man, bro, they got creamed, bro. Their ball group's bigger than your ball group, dude. That is not even. That's the same amount of people, bro. Oof, man. Dude, that's a shame. That's a shame, man. I gotta kill them all and they get no camps. Well, they are probably already got a camp, actually. Yeah, they're over here. I see them. I see them. They got a camp already. Alright. Alright, we need a camp down over here. We need a camp. Chopping a dark convergence. That's what I like to see, bro. Oh, guess what? Oh, you're dead. See ya. I'll take my 500 AP back. Alright, now these guys are gonna come over here and res him. Watch. He's waiting on a revive. Guess what? Not. Oh, did he get a camp? Uh-oh. Where'd they go? Is that Crispin? That's Crispin's group? Bro. Yo, that's... Oh, man, that's funny. We were just talking about him, too. You guys are just talking about him. Well, that's cringe. Alright, where'd the yellows go? Well, they definitely went to the outpost now. The blue ball group's just better. It's just all there is, man. Where'd I get my gaming PCs from? I built mine. I got it from Newegg, and I got a 3090 graphics card, and I got i7 Intel. I built mine. Exactly the same build, Franson. I've not changed this build in quite a while. This is probably the most solid Stanley build you're gonna ever play. It has everything you need: survivability, damage, but not really tanky. That's probably the only thing it doesn't have. But it's got good damage and good sustain. Get him, Ness. Get him, Ness. Uh-oh. Ness getting zerged, bro. Not a good look, man. Not a good look, bro. Getting zerged. There's Superior. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I need to see it. Get that X, dude. Get it. Get it, bro. Get it, man. Come on. You can do it. I'm watching you. Oh, they dropped a meteor on him. Is he going to be able to survive? Oh, he's kiting. Getting sniped. Oh, he's gonna drop a DB here. I see it. Is he gonna drop a DB? He got the calstrops down. Get that DB. Oh, no, he hit Crescent. Oh, he's going for Radiant. Oh, I don't know if that's a good move there, sir. No, I'm not Mexican. I'm white. Well, I get told I'm Asian. No, I'm white. Oh man. And they're probably like, who's this fucker standing here? Oh, it's Godzilla's probably what they're saying. I need to see the X, Imperial. I need to see it, man. I need to see it, bro. They getting siege too, my dudes. Oh man. Too funny. Oh, they're pulling it out too. He's pulling out the big dick freaking lightning. Yo, let's go. The lightning blist OP. I knew where you were, Sieger at Hearts Imperial. Oh, he dropped the DB, bro. He's going in. Oh, they dropped the fat DB, pulling out the siege, bro. Shoot it. Let it rip. That is actually not an add-on. That's actually an in-game thing. With add-ons above, with the health. Above the name. Oh, bro, they're getting siege all the way over there, dude. I'd be going killing those guys, bro. Alright, GG's. Hope you guys win. It's options, nameplates, health bars on, and turn this all this to always. And then I have it left align. All right. Here's Nessie. I'm the Stamsor, bro. I thought he was on the yellow. Well, I guess he maybe swapped the red. No, he couldn't because he's in Greyhouse. What am I talking about? Alright, let's go down here real quick and see what we can pull. But I'm at 140 ping, dude. That's just gross. Yeah, that's Ness from PlayStation. Yo, that's what I like to see, bro. Get him, bro. Get him. Oh, look at that. Nice. Good clip, fellas. Good clip. Put that in your next YouTube highlight video. You got him, bro. Oh, man. It's just too fun. Acting like a buffoon and just making fun of everybody. It's actually kind of funny. I'm doing this all jokingly, though. It's not actually real. Just having a good laugh. Hope all these guys have a bright future. And make their mama proud. Oh, man. That's lagging freaking so bad with skills not working. Ugh. 133 ping. Oh, it's a good one. Time is at 10. I actually get kind of hungry. Well, we were gonna level up today, but I don't know where Pink is. What's my main in For Honor? Nobushi, probably, but I've been actually played some Aramusha, and I kind of actually like him now quite a bit, to be honest. See, so this is a 1vxer in their natural habitat. Okay, see how he perks up on the rock? This guy does not want smoke. He just wants to chill and just... What the frick, dude? These guys want smoke. Okay. Somebody want to explain why I got 0 healing for my soul tether? How I get 0? So this guy will run in teabag? Really? Interesting. I don't know this guy. I was just assuming he was like kind of like an Xer and is like just perched up on a rock, like an eagle, just chilling up there, just waiting for people to attack him. That's how I'll view an Xer. They didn't respect the fact I was trying to commentate. Yo, chill, man. Chill. I just having fun, man. Yeah, it's so laggy over here, dude. This guy looks like a squishy one. Go ahead and reset this camp, bro. I don't know how I got 0 healing from my soul tether though. That was interesting. Where are these reds going? Like, it's too laggy for me to play in here right now. I just dicking around. What's a good amount of critical resistance? Well, I wouldn't run critical resistance on your armor at all, or really any impen on your armor. You're really only going to get critical resistance from Rallying Cry. You're not going to really get it from anywhere else. Maybe Mara's, I guess, if you're running like that, but it was not a negate. I didn't see a negate there. But a good amount of critical resistance is like 3k. 3k will give you about 45% mitigation. Can't mount. Well, the basic ones you can get is probably going to be like 1400 max or 1320 max. I mean, like, if you're not running any of those gear sets or impen trait, you're only going to get up to 1320. That's it. Now, I don't think the impen trait is even valuable enough to run. You're only reducing somebody's crit damage by, like, in all seriousness, the critical resistance trait on armor is 2% critical mitigation. So you're only going to be counteracting with 5 pieces. Like, I don't even think the CP slot level is worth it. No, 1320 is not much. But unless you're running Rallying Cry, I don't think the trait is worth it or the CP slot level is worth it. It doesn't give you enough. You're getting 2% for your armor pieces. They're like 127. It used to be 258, which was 4% per. But Rallying Cry provides you with 25% critical mitigation, while armor traits provides you with 2. The CP slottable gives you 660, which is equal to 10% critical mitigation. Where's it even at, anyways? It's blue, isn't it? It's not even red. Ridiculous. How's that not even red CP slottable? This will give you up to 660. Well, I appreciate you like waiting for me to get out of my CPs, dude. Like that's really honorable of you. Look at that end cap. Oh, that was such a delayed end cap. Hit him hard, hit him fast. That was actually very honorable of him, though. You're 2188. I don't think Impin's worth it, though, on the armor. Oh, it feels like peanut butter. Oh, this gameplay feels like literally peanut butter. I'm literally playing in peanut butter right now. Like, give me some jelly and I'm freaking good, dude. Oh, yeah, the snares after getting stunned are so nice. Yeah, I'm literally trying to fight in a 1v3. And I can't even play in a 1v3. Not next to any keeps getting sieged. Sure. Interesting. So you run away and then come back. You have to charge your glyph or something like that? Like, there's no burst potential because it's literally so laggy, dude. What are you doing? What am I gonna go over there for? Okay. Alrighty then. Why can't I shoot my spec bow when I light attacked? Can I actually press buttons, please? Yeah, so it's unplayable. It's unplayable during prime time. I'm sorry. It's this. Just this. You can't play in Citadel and Grey Hills after 7:30. Like, you can't. Can't. Like, if you compare gameplay from Blackreach to where abilities work, or just from a few hours ago, you can see the difference. So it's just sad. Like, I mean, it was fun commentating on the Zergs and all that stuff, and that's actually has me in a good mood. But if I was just playing with that and not dicking around and just having a fun with that, then I probably wouldn't be streaming still. Where's Pink at? Is she in stream still? We're supposed to level up, babe, but we didn't. What do I think of Law Dog? I think he's a pretty funny guy from what I've seen. I don't know a whole lot about him. PC bad performance, yes. On PC and A during prime time, PvP's the same way it is on every server. The performance upgrade on the servers have failed. It's not gotten any better. It's all about skill delay, latency, where your skills don't fire. So it doesn't matter what platform you play, you're gonna lag on prime time. That's why I refuse to PvP in Grey Hills after 7:30. It's too bad. It's just not. Like, my screen isn't lagging. I got a straight 144 FPS but the game lags now. Like, actually. It didn't used to in update 36, though. Or 35. 35, because we're in 36 right now. It's not like lag is in like people teleport. It's just where your skills don't work. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on, Dandy. Just abilities don't fire at when you expect them to, and don't go off, and that really affects your gameplay tremendously. You're leaning towards Khajiit, than Imperial recently. Khajiit's really good right now. It's a very balanced race. It's got a lot of viability. Critical damage obviously is nice to have, but Imperial's really good too. It just depends on your spec. Yo, where did you guys come from? Oh, overloads. Nice. Oh, you know where those guys came from. They all came out of stealth. Guess they're rolling in a ganking squad. So that's where you have the dichotomy between Greyhouse, where you're going to get your, you know, more of your average type of player, or Blackreach, where people don't want to lag their balls off. And now they're ganking in groups of DKs and sorts. Oh man, I seen 2 people, and then 10 people appeared out of nowhere, and then overloads. Too funny. I have a good one, Beefy. Beefy, thanks for stopping by, man. I'll be probably hopping off in a minute. Like, ESO PvP is the most fun before 7:30. After 7:30 hits, Greyhouse is unplayable. Like, if those fights were actually like enjoyable, like those Templars that I was going up against, I would have had, you know, they would have been a lot easier to kill if my abilities would function. But the issue is my abilities don't go off, so it's really, really slowed down. That's why dot builds and AoE builds are so much stronger in lag, because, well, dots stay on them for one, and don't require you to have so much good performance, and AoEs hit the roll dodge, or at least some of them do. So are you guys really ganking? Oh, dang it. You guys are actually ganking in a group. Really, dude? That is insane. Is PvP really that hard to find? You're actually shitting me right now. I have no words. None. Yep, that's time for PvP. Probably gonna do 1 BG to do my daily. I find that hilarious, if I'm being honest. I've not seen group ganks since 2016 console. I've really not seen group ganks since 2016 console. Except for maybe Nightblades, but those guys aren't Nightblades. DK Sorks. Alright, let's do 1 BG for my daily. Probably shouldn't be too bad, too quick. Well, not too bad. And then we'll hop off. It was a fun stream. I think we got a lot of stuff talked about that they need to be talked about. I'm going to do a lot of videos going over a lot of the stuff we talked about in stream too, like tank meta, healing problems, mythics, a lot of balance things. I think it's more enjoyable to like argue over balance than to argue over whether performance is going to get better or not. I think they're more enjoyable to like kind of have discourse, you know, like have some give and take and just talking about the game's, you know, hypothetical rather than just what it is sometimes. We all know performance sucks. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for stopping by, dude. Thanks for hanging out and making chat interesting. We'll probably do some more hot take topic videos like this, probably for streams in the future. I think these are definitely fun. I enjoyed doing the doing the Zergling stuff. That was funny. You actually have no thumbs, or are you like just joking? You're finding my imposter? I don't know why he doesn't just change his name, dude. It's so weird. It's just so weird, dude. Just joking, okay. Alright, man. Well, I'll catch you later, buddy. Oh, did I miss the queue? Oh, no. I thought I exited out of it. Alright, we're gonna do 1BG and then we're off for the night. Oh no, BGO. No, we're gonna do 1BG and then hop off. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. If I do, it's going to be earlier in the day. Because I'm going to be watching football. The Tennessee's playing tomorrow. I'm going to do my vendor video. I probably will stream up until like 7, maybe 7:15, but then I got to go. Tennessee plays at 8. That's going to be the only football video or football TV game I watch. This guy's definitely a transfer. What the heck was that? Oh, it was the freaking ice snare skill. BGs are alright. They're really another Zerg fest, honestly. No, I'm talking about the Vols UT. I don't watch NFL too much. I like college. That's freaking Dizzy Swing hit me for Good job, Sorky Porky. Gators fan? I feel bad for the Gators now, dude. Ah, man, they really didn't have a good season this year. I'm really happy for the Vols though. They should have beat South Carolina, but it is what it is. I think that the freaking Rattler guy was just freaking unstoppable that game. He was literally like he was literally a NFL quarterback. There was nothing you could do. Yeah, I'm not really a NFL type of watcher. Yo, this Chronos guy is going for me, bro. I guess it must be content creator stuff. Has to be. Why am I snared? It has to be because I do YouTube and people like go up against me or something like that. I don't know. See, Dandy. You can't watch college? I don't know. I feel like they're more fun to watch before they're paid. You're not dying. You're not dying. Wait, maybe you can. Oh, nice Dawnbreaker. How is it still snaring me? Rip. That Sorky F pretty hard. He also got that Templar with him. I almost got the Templar down. Almost. This is actually a low scoring game. This is going to go to the time. 100%. Is that a sleep from the stream? Interesting bash put you got there. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Oh, nice DB curse. Oh, man. Not even gonna go into that. That fight's gonna last a long time. What's up does he got on? A rallying cry. We got Mr. PinkStarr over here. I'd like to get a fight with that Sork, but I don't think we're gonna have enough time. Or at least allow it a 1v1. I mean, I left them alone, especially the DK. I didn't want to zerg him up there, so I had a good fight. Game over. GG's. Yeah, I like IC a lot too. IC is my favorite. Alright guys, well, that's gonna wrap it up for me. I appreciate you guys for hanging out. We're just chilling. Yeah, or you're definitely a console transfer, aren't you, Kronos? I had a good fight up there on the top, and then like, then you had to go for me over there. I was trying to let those guys, you fight those other guys. I wasn't trying to zerg you down. But GG's, man. Awesome lag. Alright guys, I'm gonna hop off for the night. I will catch you guys later. I'll probably stream tomorrow, probably about 2. Just for a few hours. Alright guys. Have a good one. Peace out.